Hello everyone, you are on the Kane channel. Before you start, I will ask you to subscribe to the channel and put a like and, if desired, write a comment, because I like every comment, and have a nice viewing to everyone. The gaze is thoughtlessly directed upwards. The sky was clear, without a single cloud. Light blue, as if transparent, which happens only in the mountains. However, this did not bother me too much, as did the cold. He was perceived in the background, the main part of the mind clouded with apathy. The pain was gone. Hope too. I wanted to close my eyes and wake up in my apartment, an old Khrushchev, but my own. There was a slight doom in my thoughts. I knew that there was no way to escape. Too much time has passed. Nobody will come to the rescue. I'll just become another missing person in the mountains due to carelessness. I should not have been led to a stupid argument. Why did I just climb? There was no grief. Even the desire to return home has greatly faded. No one was waiting for me in the apartment. Even the cat left me. The dear old man left quietly, in his sleep, a month ago, and I buried him in a picturesque place, among thin birches. It was a pity for him, but he already lived enough, accompanying me in the orphanage for about 10 years, and when I grew up and received an apartment with the generosity of the state, he moved there with me. Until now, I am grateful for him to the caregivers who allowed me to feed a homeless kitten and even allowed him to build a small tree house. I don't know why they didn't find him another home. Perhaps they took pity on me. I was still a difficult child. Heavy. It's hard to be different when you're taken from a family you can't even call one. Drunk. Drug addicts. Freaks who have lost their human face. They were anything but parents. During the 5 years that I spent under the same roof with them, I learned only one thing: to hide, to blend in with the terrain, to be invisible. So many epithets, but the meaning is the same: not needed, not loved, just a burden. So many years have passed. Emotions faded without causing the same storm as before. Only this time is still associated with fear and pain. After all, I couldn't even speak plainly. I just kept silent, looking at the people who came after me frowningly. It's amazing how dangerous to society they didn't consider me when I hissed at the visitors. Silently, because they beat me for the noise. This later calmed down a little when they washed and fed, but still grinned and did not give in to hands. Animal. It was hard to describe me otherwise. The orphanage has been a lifesaver for me. There was no more hunger, stench, and dirt. They washed me, brought me into a divine form, and allowed me to eat, kept me in quarantine for a month, giving me a chance to get used to the new environment and checking for diseases and unaccounted for living creatures, and then sent to the place of permanent deployment. Clean, bright, and warm house. No, I will not call the orphanage paradise. This is wrong. Only for a person who did not see anything normal in his life, he became a salvation. I was ready to live in it. I didn't need a new dad or a new mom. The game was not attractive to the family. People who came to choose children, looking at them as in a menagerie, left me almost indifferent. Disgust prevailed in emotions. Actually, no one wanted to take me. Everyone was frightened by the impenetrable black eyes that looked at anyone who came too close, extremely viciously. Well, after that it was too late. Grown-up children are rarely taken into families. Nobody wants problems. I am grateful to the teachers. Despite all the difficulties, they did not back down, gave me time, helped me to get comfortable in society. They even took me to classes with a psychologist, both individually and in groups. Gradually, I was able to become freer, to open up a little, to almost get rid of the shadows of the past. Almost. Keyword. The past doesn't let go. The desire to be needed, loved, it remains deep inside. It goes with you through your whole life, taking the most bizarre forms. I know what I'm talking about. I saw it. I'm going through it myself. No, I've already gone through it. I want to cry, but there are no tears. I've already made up my mind, haven't I? And as if the answer is a weak film before the eyes, a hot trail sliding down the cheek. I haven't done so much. I had so many plans, desires, and even a dream. Light, bright, and so desirable. I just wanted a family. I even found someone I was drawn to. An ordinary guy, a widower, brings up a wonderful daughter. A little complicated, but they both have such sincere smiles. They gave them to me every time he came to pick up a child from an after-school group. Tears are no longer held back. I won't see them again. Nobody smiles at me. Bright light, just seeing. There will be no cheerful, still uncertain chirping of a child who has just begun to open up. And I went to this for so long, tried, consulted with former teachers and classmates. I tried to help, seeing something of my own in her, although I was just a teacher in an elementary school, but I was just on fire. It happens when there are people in life that you want to be equal to. Those who pulled out of the shell helped to learn how to live. I wanted to be the same, at least for someone. And she became, without noticing herself, how she became attached to the child, how she wanted to go further. Karma? Maybe. I shouldn't have thought that I could take a seat next to me. And even if there was no malice in my plans, but there was selfishness. I felt needed. It was not I who helped, but I was saved once again. They smiled and gave warmth. In fact, it couldn't go on like this for long. After all, I did not see interest in the eyes of a man. A smile was bestowed on me because of my daughter. Just courtesy. Now, being on the edge, I clearly understand this. Maybe for the better? Rejection would break me. It made me doubt myself, and I would no longer be able to work there. Look into the eyes of a girl who would be disappointed in me, believing that I was messing with her because of my father. And that would be partly true. Breathing fails. The numbness rises higher. I find it hard to even blink. I didn't want to die, but the fear was gone a long time ago, along with the pain, and yet, until the last, I wanted to hope that they would manage to save me. Hope? I seemed to be contradicting myself. I had no hope. From the moment I found out about the dispute and got into it. Don't be my hero. Mountain paths do not spare self-confident idiots. A raspy sigh escapes his lips. I feel the last drops of life leaving the broken body. It's for the best. With injuries like this, I don't want to be crippled. And I don't want to fight. I have no one to do this for. To be continued. Chapter 1. Adaptation Pain comes first, following the realization that if it hurts, it means alive. Joy flashes and immediately goes out. I remember the wounds, the numb body, the lack of sensation in the legs. I am not a doctor, but I went through initial training during my studies. My scanty knowledge was enough to understand that rolling head over heels on a steep slope, I injured my back. In the worst case, she broke her back. Panic. The body was not felt at all. The pain is gone too. The nascent hysteria was interrupted in a rather original way. Something warm was stuck in my mouth. The taste of milk appeared. A soft murmur followed. I opened my eyes in surprise. Vision fails. I see only colored circles that gradually take shape. Too big, I would say unrealistically big, like giants. Woman. The voice leaves no doubt about it. Dark hair and eyes, fair skin, you can't see much more. Even the facial features are blurry. The panic gradually subsides, succumbing to someone else's cooing. The realization comes that the body reflexively draws in milk. Tasty, tasty? I am moving? Breast sucking? A new round of hysteria does not have time to happen. It just knocks me out, apparently too much stress. I come to myself in an incomprehensible time. The body is already a little felt. It turns out to bounce with arms and even legs. Voices are heard nearby, and after me a woman smelling of milk picks me up in her arms. It is similar to the one that fed me last awakening. I want to scream, but I hold back strange impulses. Thinking sensibly is hard. Quiet hysteria covers me, but the caress of a woman calms me a little. The understanding comes that it is not she a giant, but I am a midget child. Just born baby. There was no rejoicing. There was also no doom. Humility. Well, it probably remains. Any news about the state of my body, other than disability, was perceived with a bang and immediately broke into harsh everyday life. Baby, all I had to do was trust that I could walk and talk before I went crazy. Only the lack of understanding of what a breastfeeding woman was telling me made me sink into melancholy. I'm not a polyglot at all. I never did more than what was necessary at school then too. My ceiling is translation with a dictionary, and even there, I spend so much that it's easier to get into Google. Cover your eyes, but you can catch the general meaning. There was no hope for that. For a couple of awakenings, I could not make out a word, although they spoke to me willingly. Sounds were perceived normally, but no more than that. The language was unfamiliar to me. I would not have been so hurt. I would have cursed for a long time. Now it only came out to cry, what I refused to do. I hate tears. They never helped, only made things worse. It hit me hard. At some point, our idol with mother? Nurse? It's not the point. It's just that the woman who takes care of me was violated by two new people. Man and boy. I found it difficult to say the age. My vision was still unclear, and to determine how old the child is by the height of the child. For this you need to be larger in size yourself. However, I reacted philosophically to their presence, because I could only say my phi by shouting, which I did not like to do even in a past life. Childhood costs. The conversation between those present in, probably the ward did not last long. Of all the speech, I caught only Sasuke, judging by the way the man shook me and, stopping right in front of him, seriously uttered this word. It can be safely attributed to my name. Later, I was only convinced of this, and at that moment I prayed to all the gods that they would not drop me. For a long time, the man did not lisp with me. If at all his behavior could be attributed to this, I just handed it over to the kid brought with me. At first, this caused a panic. I was scared. What kind of genius do you have to be to give a baby to a child? He shouldn't be strong enough to hold me. But I was wrong. Surprisingly, the kid kept me even neater than the nursing mother. And he was warm? I won't say the rest were cold. His smile was warm, familiar, light, so warm. And he gave it to me just by seeing it. Involuntarily, I reach out with my palm to the face that is moved almost close to me. The palm carelessly pokes into the cheek, and it is immediately covered by someone else's palm. Someone else's smile becomes wider, warmer, brighter. I look fascinated into other people's eyes. Black, as if shimmering with noble silver irises. The moment of unity is interrupted by adults. They say something to the guy who bewitched me with a smile. Rumor catches, itachi. Sounds nice. I am involuntarily embarrassed, feeling wild regret that we were interrupted. I don't know if I blushed like a kid, no, like Itachi, but I had no desire to leave his arms. The boy, apparently, also did not want to part, so he pressed a little tighter, causing a new attack of either laughter or tenderness. I did not even try to figure it out, and after that it was not up to it. The whole family went out together, giving me a chance to see something other than a small ward and a nursing mother. It even distracted me from Itachi smiling warmly at me. At first, ordinary hospital corridors flashed before my eyes. From my perspective, it was not possible to see any differences from hospitals already visited, albeit not maternity wards. Only the doors seemed a little strange. They did not open, but drove off to the side. The difference was not too conspicuous, forgetting it was worth going out into the street. From the abundance of colors began to sharply ripple in the eyes. Ears accustomed to silence began to bring discomfort due to the noise of the crowd. I wanted to hide, plug my ears, or rather run away. I couldn't do any of the above. I felt an unbearable desire to cry. A warm hand closed her eyes. gently pulling up the edges of the fabric, covering her ears more tightly, giving a feeling of security. Yes, him. The sound suddenly returned to normal. The fear is gone, the desire to cry too. Lips involuntarily part in a smile. Instead of thank you, you quietly manage to say either goo or aha. I gladly try to grab hold of someone else's hand. The thought flashes fleetingly, how does he keep me alone? But then he disappears when Itachi moves his hand away a little and watches with a smile as I try to grab his fingers with my palms. He obviously likes it, and I so rarely smiled at me sincerely just because that's me. A walk tires me quickly. A small body cannot cope with the impressions. The feeling of security and warmth gives peace of mind. I fall asleep quickly and soundly, and wake up already in the room. A strange place that somehow reminds me of pictures of old Japanese houses, which were sometimes shown on TV in the next educational program. Itachi is still there. Days merge into a long strip. I'm not bored anymore. Itachi is always nearby, and in rare moments when he is not there, the mother breadwinner, even more rarely the man whom I identified as the breadwinner of the family and, apparently, the father. Both adults cause nothing but alertness. There is no faith in parents, even if I understand with my mind that they are not like those, but it is more difficult to break oneself. The always sincerely smiling Itachi is closer to me, brother, and Isan, who understands me in a way that is incomprehensible even to me, patiently fusses, teaches me to speak. I'm not a genius. I never was, but I began to notice oddities quickly. My memory was too good for a child. I memorized absolutely everything Itachi told me. It was worth a little concentration, and it easily popped up in my head. Sometimes some little things were lost, but this was due to the fact that it was difficult for me to divide attention. Listening to my brother, I could not control everything else. It just fell out of my perception, slowly being erased from my memory. However, I did not consider this surprising, but I wrote it down as a little oddity, trying with varying degrees of success to do something with it. I find it difficult to say how much time I spent in such entertainment. Children generally have a lot of difficulty with the definition of the past tense. But I gradually began to pronounce individual syllables that did not want to form words. Classes with Itachi allowed me to gain a small vocabulary, and now I knew the simplest words. About 100 or so, which did not make life easier, because I still did not understand the conversations of my parents, even from the 5th to the 10th, but the relationship with my brother became even stronger. We were inseparable, and I was pleased with this fact, but anxiety was vaguely ripening inside. It is not normal. A child should not sit with another child and enjoy it. Where are his friends? Why is he always at home? No, I do not mind. Itachi became the central figure in my world. It's no exaggeration to say that my world revolved around him, but he's not me. It shouldn't be like that. Where are the parents looking? Why are they happy with everything? Where are they disappearing to? No answer. I can't even ask. Yes, and I'll ask. Who will translate the answer? I can't even say 200 words, and even those are mostly names or names of any objects, in extreme cases, interjections. The rest is too difficult for perception, but gradually the mental dictionary is updated, gaining new words. Associations appear. Gradually, to the disappearances, rare sorties were added with me in my arms to the hospital for scheduled inspections, as I understand it. Itachi was not taken there, sent on some errands, or simply left in the house to read the scrolls. Gradually, I even got used to it. The streets were no longer frightened by noise and colors. Hearing and vision returned to normal. Now I even like to walk on my hands, look around, remember the people I met, feel the friendliness and smiles of the residents. It was warm. During such walks to the hospital, we often met acquaintances of the mother. They smiled, often said something while looking at me, received in response my silent ignore and turning away from prying eyes, while the mother politely answered them something. Due to my age, I did not participate in conversations, but I remembered faces. True, they quickly went to the backyard of memory, because they could not be interested in anything. Yes, they couldn't. All but one. Kushina. Women with rich scarlet hair. She was the only one with whom the mother joked, judging by the intonation. Girlfriend? Don't know. It was the only time we met. To be continued. Chapter 2. Fear Pressing, disturbing feeling, from which all the hairs stand on end. Fear creeps into consciousness like a sticky tentacle. I remember all the horror stories that I heard in a past life, and maybe in this one, but because of the language barrier, I did not understand. I sob anxiously. Warm, reliable hands of a brother do not save. The wind playing with his hair cannot attract the eye, although at any other time, I would not refuse to pull his strands. The heart seems to be squeezed by an invisible vice. Someone else's cooing cannot capture attention, calm nerves stretched to the limit. Bolt, crack, and a furious howl. And in my head, it was as if a string had snapped. The premonition did not deceive. The brother who jumped to his feet too quickly only confirms this. I even managed to see somewhere in the distance a figure that towered over the buildings, proudly demonstrating 9 wiggling appendages behind its back. The threat came from her. I was literally overwhelmed by a feeling of fear and despair. This creature Itachi is not an opponent. I doubt that even parents could do something if they were at home, but they are not. The brother has no doubts. His movements are clear, obey a certain algorithm. He quickly rushed inside, hardly maintaining his balance with strong jolts, grabs a couple of scrolls that are hidden in my diapers, without interfering at all and without pressing at the same time, as if dissolving into fabric, and then he puts on his shoes and quickly leaves the house with me in his arms, not looking back at the raging monster. Hope he knows what he's doing. Every cell in the body screams of danger. I don't need perfect vision, hearing, or touch to track a monster. It's like a prey instinct for a hunter. I know where this creature is. I feel the danger with every cell of my body, but the only thing I can do is to remain silent, without distracting my brother. It depends on him whether we will see the morning of tomorrow. There is no one else to rely on. You don't want to look around at all. I just trust Itachi with my life, because I have no one closer. Even the thought that he might not be at home, like his parents, evokes horror. He is the only one who remembered me, not leaving me in an empty house. A series of houses rush by, people are met in a panic, but they run in one direction, quite organized, as if they had done it many times. Itachi, for some reason I don't understand, goes against the crowd. He seems to be looking for someone with his eyes, and hasn't found it yet, but he doesn't want to give up. I don't understand his actions. You need to run faster. Away from here. Scary. I feel like a lump of someone else's anger is getting stronger. The air burns the lungs. It is difficult to keep your eyes open, as if something is burning them out. It is difficult to keep silent. Only faith in a brother allows you to keep your mind. He won't betray me. He will save me. Am I right, Itachi? The thought smacks of despair. It soon becomes clear where Itachi was so eager. He stops next to his father. They only exchange a couple of lines. The voices are so calm, ordinary, that it's just wild. I almost feel ashamed of my fear, but the feeling that the air is burning alive does not let go. The body no longer trembles. It just petrifies with horror. Even faith in a brother almost gives a crack. The monster is getting closer to us. I don't know if you can call it luck, but my father didn't stop us. Judging by Itachi's actions, he sent us away. 2 children, one of which is a baby. Some. In a panicking crowd. Is this a father's concern? Where did mother go? Weak, good-for-nothing hands convulsively cling to his brother's clothes. In the depths of my soul, the confidence is growing that I can only hope for him. My father and mother never instilled confidence in me, but now something has finally broken inside. Timid sprouts of trust, which nevertheless took root in the depths of the soul during this time, are painfully stretched. As if in reality, I hear the vile sound of bursting roots. There are not so many people around. Most of them obviously manage to escape, and the rest succumb to panic and try to get away to hell. Itachi is no longer walking, but running, carefully hugging me to him. I can only be silent, focusing on the sensations with fear, feeling more and more how the evil lump is approaching. This is the scariest thing. Feel and understand that you are useless. You can do nothing, neither run away nor defend yourself, only shrink into a ball and tremble, begging for salvation. Suddenly, the brother stops, stretches out his hands and calls someone. In my position, nothing is visible, and feelings are clogged with a feeling of someone else's anger, which seems to eat away the insides, burn out the eyes, clog up in the throat. I don't even have the strength to scream. I can hear the explosion distinctly, a sharp jerk that makes my stomach jump up into my throat. I barely have time to close my eyes, in a desperate attempt to control my feelings, before dust clogs up my nose. However, I manage to surf surprisingly quickly. Even the nausea goes away. I can open my eyes again and immediately stumble upon a girl walking behind my brother. He saved her, the damn hero. Perhaps I should feel anger, but it is not there, or maybe admiration for someone else's courage, which is also absent. Everything is filled with fear of the monster that I saw while my brother rocked me on the veranda of the house. Hearing already worse catches the roar and noise. Itachi reached the point where we abruptly dived underground, followed by shouts and directions from other people in what looked like military uniforms. The suffocating feeling does not disappear, but it becomes easier. The eyes no longer bake, the inside cease to burn. Breathing becomes a little easier. Relief floods in. Judging by the fact that Itachi stopped and, finding a place among a bunch of people, sat right on the floor, we are safe. Perhaps this is a shelter created in case of any trouble. Don't know? I can only believe. My brother wouldn't put me at risk. I am slowly letting go, the body begins to tremble, the desire to cry is hardly suppressed. It is forbidden. I should not distract my brother, who already has to calm the rescued girl clutching him with a death grip. She seeks support in him, not realizing that Itachi is also scared. The only thing that betrays my brother is that he presses me harder than usual to his chest, but he does not tremble. I feel firmness in his hands. He doesn't smile even when looking at me. The eyes are serious, they seem to contain a promise to protect, and I believe him. No one else. Crying, sobs, general anxiety are heard around. The warmth of my brother helps me not to succumb to this, the realization that my screams will only make it worse. I'm a baby, and I can't help it. Just try not to get in the way. And this is sad. I don't want to be a burden to him. The wait is long, or maybe not. Strong emotions are exhausting, forcing you to forget yourself in a heavy, nightmare-filled sleep. I constantly wake up, trembling, only warmth and the voice of my brother will save me. Fear holds the heart tightly. The past is remembered. Helplessness and expectation of death. It's as if I'm reliving my death again and again, but now there is no humility, only horror, grave cold, and something that evokes associations with the stench of a corpse. At some point, we are allowed to leave the darkness of the shelter. I understand this, waking up from a ray of the sun beating directly into my eyes. I am in the arms of my brother, who is slowly walking somewhere after his worried mother. She brings us to the house, which was surprisingly almost intact, and leaves after saying a few words. I can't even grasp the meaning. We are alone again. Itachi carefully lays me down on something soft so that I can see him. As soon as I lose sight of him, I start to panic, which naturally turns into crying, and I'm not even ashamed. Fear of being alone, completely helpless, when a monster roams somewhere nearby. My brother seems to feel something, so he does not leave me for a second. Feeds, bathes, clothes, and even sleeps next to me. I see him all the time when I open my eyes. Parents seem to have disappeared from our lives. Only sometimes I hear their voices. The fabric of a raincoat or dress flickers in the opening. Even to the mass funeral, which for some reason brought my brother, we go, though together, but I am almost all the time in the arms of my brother, only for a short period of time being in the arms of my mother, while the ceremony itself takes place. Soon I see my brother again, who was talking to some terrible pale-faced brunette with terrible eyes. He doesn't stay for a long time, leaves, and now Itachi is again nearby, takes me in his arms, and after that the parents again disappear somewhere, but the girl saved by her brother appears. I am not interested in their chatter, although I still recognize some words. For example, her name is Izumi. Another thing is worse. She asked me to take her in her arms, and Itachi gave. Hysteria is a natural outcome of this. Even if I put aside my fear and disbelief in the strength of any other child, well, I don't believe that this snot will not drop me. Except for my brother, I did not want to become a bridge between the two of them. Selfish? Yes. Only now did I understand how vile my participation in a student in a past life could look from the outside. Especially after I met her father. God, I hope I didn't stick to him so openly. And even attempts to go through the memory in this matter did not give anything. I did not see my actions from the outside, but now I knew that I would never do it again. And I won't let myself be used. Just not in this. Brother is sacred to me. I will not say that my decision influenced anything. I didn't see Izumi often, except sometimes on the street, and she didn't visit our house. I did my best to conquer my fears. Nightmares were in no hurry to leave my life, but gradually succumbed to the warmth of my brother sleeping with me, his persuasion in time. The dream ceased to frighten, with realistic pictures of death. Mine, brother, even acquaintances, to which I ranked my current parents. Life went back to normal. The usual routine began again, like going to the hospital. And only one detail was knocked out of the idealistic picture. Mother always came to a large glass, behind which sleeping children were visible. It is difficult to call me a person of a wide soul. I couldn't forgive the fact that Itachi and I were essentially left to survive that day, although I understood that there could be reasons for this. And yes, we did survive. Only now the insult did not go away, but the mother stood at the glass for a long time. Later, the understanding came that everyone in that ward was orphans, but she was only interested in one, a little boy with a light fluff on his head. Every time she came here, she looked at him without stopping and bit her lips painfully, and only once from her lips broke like a groan. Kushina. To be continued. Chapter 3. Consequences Gradually the fears go away. It becomes easier for me to live, and I already sleep without nightmares. This helped not only not leaving me at night, and not only one brother, but also two strange, in my opinion, moving to another house. No, inside it was almost identical to the past, but the smell of freshly cut wood was obvious, as was the newness of the interior. And I had no idea what caused this, because the old mansion was not badly damaged, especially in the part where I slept. However, no one would report to me, even if I asked a question. But the search for differences from the old house could well pass for entertainment, because along with the move, Itachi began to spend less time around, and his father became gloomier. If before I just treated him with caution, now he even frightened me. And only the attitude of the mother remained the same. Strange. The feeling of a setup did not leave me, but what it consisted of, I did not know. Everyone just became gloomier. Smiles no longer carried that lightness. Even Itachi looked exhausted, even though he tried to make time for me. It turned out pretty bad, and I, seeing how busy he was, even while rocking me reading scrolls, which was not observed before, I tried to behave even more ideally than before. In this situation, naturally my first word was his name. And I don't even know what I was counting on when I did just that, because it didn't surprise anyone as well as resentment. I even felt ashamed of my pettiness. So immediately after the first word was followed by the second mother and the last father. Yes, it is the father, not the father. To address him affectionately or confidentially did not work out with all the desire. It evoked too oppressive a feeling, and he stopped carrying me in his arms altogether. If earlier he could still have a little fun or take a walk with me in his arms around the territory of the garden, now he gradually seemed to stop seeing me. On the one hand, I was not opposed, but on the other, such a change was frightening. He didn't even smile when I called him father. Although, this could be the norm, because I don't know much about normal families. Is this how fathers should behave? However, in addition to the reaction of my relatives to my first words, I had another concern. Hospital. And no, I was not sick and no one from my family was seen lying in the hospital either. I just found out where every day and, as I suspect, more than once my mother, Mikoto, goes. Feeding. It's that simple. Normal breastfeeding. She went to the hospital every time to breastfeed that little baby with the blonde hair on her head. Moreover, she expressed milk from her breast for him. I was even a little interested in how, in this situation, there is enough milk for me, but so far I have not starved. Therefore, I did not even think to be indignant. I had a suspicion that it was not so easy for her to say, Kushina, that day. If this is really the son of that red-haired beauty, my mother can only be respected, and I myself can put a notch in my memory. It seems that in this world, I have not only a dear and adored older brother, but also a younger one, a dairy one. Ha! Fate still has a strange sense of humor. My dream was a family, big and strong, in which I would be loved, smiling just because I am me. Now I have a family, big, as many as 2 brothers, not counting mother and father. They love me, my brother for sure. They smile at me just like that. Not everyone, but the father is generally a separate category, and before he was not so gloomy. I am already grateful that, despite his gloominess, he never lashed out at anyone in the house. And even now, I'm sure he knows where his wife goes. Knows and supports. Does he fully approve? Complex issue. Harder I can name only one. I, who was taken by my mother only because there was no one to leave. Even in this state, I felt other people's eyes as I lay waiting for attention from Mikoto, completely focused on the baby. And this is not counting the staff who do not take their eyes off her. Steel eggs nerves. I would be under so many views, I wouldn't dare to bear myself, not to gently coo something to someone else's child. Considering also the fact that my dad was also not a holy man, and should have known about the whole situation. She has not only nerves of steel, but also an iron will. To be able to knock out of a peasant permission for such a thing, so that he considers this situation correct, and never reproached her in my presence, this must be a heroic person. I almost put her on the pedestal of a holy woman. Although on points of sympathy with Itachi, she still cannot be compared. Brother. I missed him. Too sharply reduced the time he spent nearby, and even when he was, to pull him, I did not dare. Gradually expanding vocabulary helped in understanding others. Thanks to my success, they began to actively teach me words. Naturally, I couldn't chatter like a machine gun. But somehow, I began to understand other people's conversations, and even support them a year after my birth. Around the same time, visits to the blonde, Naruto, as Mikoto called him, or the demon, as one of the nannies hissed in my presence. I didn't see her again in the hospital after that, ended with my mother. He was transferred somewhere else. And I saw how hard it was for Mikoto. Mom became attached to him almost more than to me, rejoicing at any success, and he answered her the same. And I understood her a little, and tried not to blame. I myself hung when he smiled for the first time in my memory, and held out his hands to the woman. Truly a brilliant child. I should have been glad that my foster brother had disappeared from my life, because now all the attention that had gone to him was returned to me. If I were an ordinary child, I would have done it, only now I didn't feel any of this. The attention of my mother was even somewhat straining, as if she wanted to find something in me that she had lost and could not. I did not succeed in replacing the child who was laughing fervently and pulling her arms towards her. I still fondled Itachi more willingly, spending every available second next to him. The attention of the mother often caused irritation and a desire to be rude, which caused echoes of shame. And also, sometimes the thought flashed through my head, he also called her mother. So what is it like for him now that she has disappeared? It was hard for me to imagine what it would be like for someone else. I didn't have anyone in my past life. Light images of mother and father were absent. I did not even want to remember them or look for new ones. In this one, I had two not-so-bad parents, with rare exceptions, if you think about it, but the brother was still closest. Perhaps due to the fact that in a past life, he did not exist, and this word did not carry a negative connotation, or maybe because of the behavior of Itachi himself. Sometimes it seemed to me that not only my world revolved around him, but I was him for him. Thoughts came and went. There were a lot of interesting things around, and the blonde boy was gradually leaving his head. Yes, somewhere in the back of my mind I was curious why his parents didn't take him in. I considered this moment strange. I even felt sorry for him, but I wasn't going to get into all this. Only once I asked my mother why we don't go to Naruto. In response, I received unintelligible babble and almost tears, and then my father came and got angry with me because of this question. The question was not raised again. It was only by a miracle that I escaped the punishment of Fugaku, who suddenly turned gloomy. No, not a blow. He never raised his hand against anyone in the house, namely punishment, like putting him in a corner, on peas, for example. It seems that with my question I didn't even irritate the wound, but opened it no less than an old abscess. Curiosity immediately disappeared. The desire to test other people's nerves for strength faded greatly. I postponed this question for later, which might not come. At the moment, it was stupid to run into a spanking, not even understanding how she deserved it. A forbidden topic just appeared, and a forbidden fruit. I didn't want to be Eve. I didn't want to be Adam either. I didn't see myself in the role of the serpent tempter. Cain and Abel didn't cause sympathy. The post-Soviet education affected. I still graduated from school, when even in separate schools they didn't introduce subjects like theology or the Word of God. Actually, while working in elementary school, I didn't come across these subjects at all, and childhood in an orphanage quickly deprived me of faith in higher powers, and I didn't have it at all. This led to the fact that I didn't consider the fruit sweet, and I didn't become so attached to little Naruto to tear my veins. In the system of values and attachments, he hung somewhere next to Fugaku or even further than him. But his father was much more useful. I still considered him the breadwinner of the family. Yes, and I had other things, much more interesting. Time passed. Gradually I began to rush around the house without any problems. Fatigue, of course, appeared because of this, but not as quickly as I imagined at first. It was as if there was a motor inside, which did not allow me to sit on the priest evenly, no matter how much I wanted to. Moreover, my mobility was encouraged. My mother even began to give some strange tasks and exercises. For the most part, I did not understand what they were for, but obediently did everything. Gradually, it began to dawn on me that her actions helped me develop coordination and not lose flexibility with stretching or the ability to hold my breath for a long time underwater, which are peculiar only to children. The only thing that remained a mystery to me was attempts to teach me how to twist my hands into some kind of madras, and given for every holiday, days, they really didn't differ from ordinary ones, except for gifts, dummies of ninja weapons. Mostly kunai and shurikens. There was even a bakken, but I could not tear it off the ground, because it was training and quite heavy, designed for a teenager, and not a 1.5-year-old snot at that time. Everything else was normal. Nothing indicated problems. I didn't have an advanced intuition, but most people sense strong problems. Well there, for example, your favorite mug will break, you will forget your lipstick or mobile phone at home, you will be late for the bus, or you will spill a mug of coffee on your boss. Yeah, preferably hot. Or maybe even some other game the day will present as a dessert before really terrible problems. I didn't have anything like that. It's just that everyone went serious, puffed up with pride, and pride was present in the views of Itachi. My brother was obviously unnerved, so he accepted my company with great enthusiasm. I didn't demand anything from him, except for attention, fawning like an obedient kitten, which I myself was sometimes amazed at. In a past life, I was not so tactile. Yes, and in this, except for my brother, I did not want to cuddle up to anyone. He was too warm. Only this word came to mind, but it did not convey how pleasant it was for me to be around, even though I realized that this was not very correct. No, while we are children, everything is fine, and then? I didn't want to guess, but I knew the answer. A brother must remain a brother. I can love him, but not bind him, becoming a weight on my feet. I could only hope that with age I would find more such warm people with whom I would enjoy spending time. I didn't want to think about possible problems. I diligently tried to maintain my inner balance and not howl from hopelessness. The euphoria from the fact that they began to teach me to speak and some elements of gymnastics has already subsided. It didn't work out to spend a lot of time on them. The body got tired, and the parents? Their absences again became more noticeable. Now they were not blocked by the presence of a brother. They began to leave me with relatively elderly, not a single white hair in their hair, women. Within a couple of minutes, my head began to swell from their conversations. There was too much information. I didn't understand even more words. Something didn't fit in my head. It was not possible to filter the information. Something in their conversations frankly strained, scratched the perception, but it was not possible to understand what. A critical mass has not accumulated, as one of the teachers in a past life said. However, to hell with her, with the table. Since I can't remember, it means that the information is not so important. Although this is a controversial statement, it is undeniable that the appearance of Itachi on the threshold of the house worries me more. I even forget my promise not to rush around the house, joyfully jumping out of the room and jumping into the arms of my brother, who reacted in time. The feeling of his warmth pleasantly warmed his soul. Itachi also liked it when I met him like that. I'm sure. Welcome back, Enai-san. Ka-sen said that dinner will be in half an hour. I quickly bring him up to date. Now I have a whole half hour to hang on to my brother. Well, or just talk to him, because before dinner, he will not deal with his homework. Already been through this. Sasuke, do you want to spend this time in the garden? His gaze involuntarily focuses on Itachi, who smiled softly. I haven't seen him so relaxed lately. I'll just change. Did something good happen? I involuntarily tilt my head to my shoulder. For reliability, I even try to move away in order to take a closer look at the guy. I didn't think he really looked much better. It was as if part of his burden was gone, or he was able to share it with others. I just met one clan member. His name is Sure Sway. Another stingy smile serves as my answer, but something is still different. Saying someone else's name this time, he smiles not impersonally politely, for show, but sincerely. I can already notice the difference. I frown. The name seems familiar. Where did I hear it? And anyway, what kind of clan member? What are we, members of the clan? Why was this never mentioned to me? Or mentioned, but I slam my ears? Don't frown. 2 fingers poke into my forehead. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't even hurt. It's rather a little familiar, even if my brother didn't do it often. Okay, I won't. I temporarily decide to put aside unnecessary thoughts. I want to go to the garden. The answer is a cheerful laugh, which has not sounded in the house for too long. Even Makoto looked out at him, and then returned to the kitchen with a smile, obviously giggling at my carcass jumping around her brother. Spit. I don't get to be outside very often. This is strictly monitored. Walks, even inside the yard, are strictly supervised. Although I don't understand what can happen to me on a flat lawn. I can't even climb over a tall, at least 3 meters, fence. What is there? I can't imagine how to climb on the pebbles encircling a decorative pond with fish. What more can I say? But my parents, and Itachi agreed with them, were against it, but my opinion has not yet been taken into account at all. For the second time in my memory, I wanted to grow up as quickly as possible. To be continued. Commentary on Chapter 3. Consequences. Mudras are sacred hand gestures that can lead to various states of consciousness. Chapter 4 Meet the Bad Boy. I happily bounce on the pillow, waiting for breakfast. Today Itachi has free half a day, and he has already promised to spend it on me. This will be my gift and his apology for the fact that he could not spend my 2 years with me. More precisely, he congratulated me. Even at a slightly more luxurious dinner, I was not even allowed to try most of the dishes, because I was still small. He sat, but his participation ended there. I just did not have the audacity to climb to my brother, who was almost sleeping on the go. I even had the impression that at any moment he could dive his head into a bowl of rice or simply drop his chopsticks. Therefore, she dragged him into the room on the sly. Then, carefully ignoring the touching looks of her mother, the father just snorted something and left, laid him on a futon. I already miss normal beds, not this semblance of mattresses, and tucked the blanket. Naturally, nobody let me leave, and I never refused to fall asleep with Itachi in an embrace. But today everything is different. My brother promised to take me for a walk down the street. The day is beautiful, and that's a fact. The feeling that everything around was blooming and smelling. Another moment, and the fairies would begin to flutter was unimaginable. And no one can change my mind. For the opportunity to walk down the street not in the arms of my mother, and with a severely limited view, I am ready for almost anything. Especially to love the whole world. I can even ignore the disapproving look of my father. It is he who scares other youngsters with him. But I see that my fidgeting amuses everyone else, which means that there will be no lectures on good behavior. For the rest, I did not betray my impatience. So, mother will not allow to spoil the moment. Yes, and Itachi will be on my side and my father will not do anything about it. In general, I sat through breakfast with difficulty, but I sat through it and didn't even rush anyone, didn't stare. I had enough problems with chopsticks, which were much more uncomfortable than a spoon, but I stubbornly refused to give up. Do others somehow eat this instrument of torture? So I can too. The main thing is not to rush and do everything carefully. Well, I definitely got excited with accuracy, but there is definitely progress. I eat, of course, dirty, but nothing flies past my mouth, and the rest comes with time. I'm lucky my father lets us go quickly, without even starting to brainwash on the good behavior of the heirs of his name. In particular, Itachi got it. Apparently they waved their hand at me because of the floor, but this time my brother was also carried away. Freedom was given to both, which I did not fail to take advantage of, dragging Itachi deep into the house in tow. I myself, alas, still could not deftly change clothes, and in general get things out of the lockers. Prepare in advance. I tried, but I was shrugged off. Even then it was worth thinking about, but I was too immersed in dreams to catch the alarm bell. As a result, without suspecting anything, having dressed and put on my shoes, I open the doors and immediately stumble upon my father, who nods unnecessarily pleased at some guy. Judging by appearance, a maximum of 12 years, maybe a year or two more, or maybe less by the same amount. Appearance catchy, memorable. Especially curly hair, and a serious look that instantly turned in my direction and immediately sparkled with fun. The feeling of problems could not be ignored further. "Hello, Shursue-san!" The exclamation of the brother seems to be ordinary, moderately polite and calm, but I know him. I can't be deceived by calmness. He is happy with this guy and his father is happy, which means my walk can be covered. Yo! Did I arrive on time? I hardly suppressed the desire to raise my hand and close my eyes, a very blinding smile. I've only seen Naruto's more dazzling. Stop! Put aside thoughts about the dairy brother. What did this Shursui just blurt out about his arrival? Why was he on time? Considering the situation, he wants to drag my brother away. Take begged, sweat and blood suffered, and you yourself tried to behave appropriately even in the company of old gossips, half a day in Itachi's company? I will not let it. I have to come up with something, but I will definitely not give up my brother. Just not today. I almost gave my soul to God for this walk, listening and trying to understand the etiquette of the aristocratic clan, whose name they still forget to tell me. As if knowledge of this comes by default, is transmitted in the genetic memory, and does not require pronunciation at all. Out loud? Oops. I have remembered. I clap my hands happily, which involuntarily attracts all eyes to me. I jump on the spot and take a couple of steps towards the guest. Well, now you will run away from here sparkling with your heels. At one glance at me, you will remember that you should not make me angry and try to draw the attention of my brother. Itachi almost never happens to me anyway, so we look at the intruder and improvise. So that's what you're like, Shursui's bad boy. A shocked silence answers me, feeling that even the wind has died down, afraid to frighten off the moment. The guy's eyes became like saucers, but I don't dare to decipher my father's look, but something must be done, otherwise I'll sleep on my stomach for at least a month, and I don't care, but in this case, my half-day cried in the company of my brother. Nariko-sama described it correctly. I move like a cheerful goat to the dumbfounded guy, prudently bypassing him so that he covers me from my father. It is unlikely that this will save, but I have a glimmer of hope that the name of one of the old gossips will allow me to clarify my words, and then I will not grab it. The glance involuntarily notices the shadows flashing behind the gate. Too big for a cat. Boy, you got it. By evening, your new nickname will be public. And I'm not me if it doesn't take root, because judging by my data, you are more popular with girls than my brother, since you are older. And how did Nariko-sama describe me? I feel involuntary respect when the boy was able to cope with the shock and did not even change his face, unless his gaze became serious in an adult way. Big eyes, they speak of a sensitive, courageous, and domineering character. I begin to pace, importantly prophesying, interspersing a mix of various conversations that I really had to listen to, and knowledge from a past life. Honestly, I then heard a lot of things. The context of the conversation, however, was a little different. There they shared among themselves about what bad boys went. They themselves hang around in brothels and lead friends. It would be better if they spud their girls. Everything is a profit for the clan. However, the basis of my inspiration is not only the conversations of the elders, they also had granddaughters. And it would be better if I didn't ask them about Shursui at all. They had never poured so much syrup on my poor ears in my life, and in both of them. Sharp outer corners show intelligence and insight, but the upward curve. I click my tongue, trying to imitate one of the granddaughters of my venerable nannies, who took out all my brain on the subject of the bewitching eyes of this individual, makes my heart tremble, because this is a sign of recklessness. All this gives depth to the look. It seems to draw you into the abyss of feelings in the wake of inspiration. I try to fake the voice of those fools, full of love, who, purely by misunderstanding, are related to those women, although they, too, are still things. So what else was there? Noticing the expression of shock on my father's face, and the flashing behind the gate are no longer shadows, but full-fledged faces, I even go astray. Exactly. I stop my round dance and grab the fucking teenager by the hand, stroking it thoughtfully, straightening it. A fleeting scratchy sensation of warmth, almost the same as Itachi's, but more willful? As if a warm breeze blew, and then stung with weak sparks. His urge to pull his hand out of my grip leads to himself, but he was afraid to use a lot of force, so I easily held it, and I was carried further. Hands with long, sensitive fingers are a real delight for a girl. Sasuke, is that what Naruto-sama said, right? My brother interrupted me impudently, picking me up in his arms and pulling me away from the rapidly blushing Shisui. I don't even have to guess what he thought about long fingers, while I joyfully stroked them and looked into their eyes penetratingly. With our difference in height, it was extremely inconvenient, yet my height is small at 2 years old, and this kid is even taller than Itachi. The brother himself is a completely separate conversation. At that moment, he did not look much better than a friend. I was completely afraid to look at my father. Something terrible emanated from him. No, this is her granddaughter, Midori-chan said. I confess honestly, hearing an enthusiastic whistle from behind the fence. Afterward, Naruto-sama came and said that this is how they describe bad boys who frequent Fuji. Fudo. Fujioku-dash? I don't know who suggested it, but the sound clearly comes from somewhere above, as if not because of the crown of the tree, but it is too thick for me to see anything there. Yes, thank you. I begin to nod actively, noticing how slowly my father's face turns to stone. Naruto-sama, that's what she called this place. By the way, what kind of place is this in general, and why do you need to go there? Naruto-sama and Miko-sama with everyone else, and there were a lot of them for me, no less than a dozen. They just didn't often visit these two, often lamented that young people often go there. If their girls weren't paying attention, give gifts, it would be better for the clan. By the way, what is better? I carefully look around, trying to maintain an innocent, naive look. If everything goes well, I'll get rid of the Shisui and the society of my nanny's granddaughters, who have hearts jumping in their eyes after I decided to inquire about Shisui. However, their grandmothers are no better. They very often started talking and gave out such things the children would not understand. And I could only be glad that at such moments I slowed down, not like a child. The image of a teacher and, in general, the image of two sedately talking women with the content of their speeches really do not add up in my head. Here, after all, not even members of the peasants discussed over a cup of tea, and not even the technique of each of them. The conversations were much more frank. I'm not sure that they would have understood me if I had even given out the censored version aloud, but I wanted to. Fortunately, I realized it in time, otherwise my father almost needs to be pumped out anyway. Don't answer, will you? I lower my shoulders sadly. I can't get out of my brother's grip, so I remain hanging with a rag, but I don't even think to shut up. Well, okay, they told me that I'll be older and someone will tell. I squint cautiously at my father, who cracked incomprehensibly. I think I overdid it. I need to smooth the situation. Well, in general, Naruto-sama, when she finished lamenting, described her appearance in a couple of words and just shoved a sketchy drawing under my nose. I admit quite honestly. But Midori-chan's description stuck with me more. Besides, I learned from her speech that you can help me. In what? And how much fear in his voice, but how wildly he looks at his father. Only here is something that Fugaka's pensive look doesn't warm my soul, no matter how he thinks something bad. Well, bad boys have to teach bad things. I explained to him like a child. I look accordingly. It's even funny for me to see how emotions change in other people's eyes. I'm clearly tearing him all the patterns. A good N.I.-san will be taught at home. For this there are parents. Anyone can confirm this. My N.I.-san always does everything right. In the eyes of others he is perfect. This time I share my sore points. I really think so. Itachi tries too hard to be perfect, but it can't be. A child should not behave in the same way as an adult. Moreover, not the last in the hierarchy of power, as if any word and gesture will make hundreds of people die. We need someone to balance this and teach moderately bad things. My brother's grip becomes weaker, so I manage to slip out and even walk up to Shisui and pat him on the arm. In general, try. I take a deep breath and walk into the house. The walk was covered with a copper basin. I overdid it when I put on this show. I myself did not expect that I would throw out my feelings on the first person I met, and even in the presence of my father. I just feel sorry for my brother. He's on fire at this rate. Even I, with an adult consciousness, although I myself sometimes begin to doubt it, cannot constantly be busy with useful work or do something for the benefit of others. For others, I rarely do anything if I myself do not want to. I have to be distracted, and Itachi should, but unlike me, he doesn't. Yes, even this damn walk today is the result of my dripping on the brains of everyone in the house. Especially the mother, and she is already the father. Otherwise, to hell with me, not time with my brother. However, according to my observations, it no longer shines for me. Where are you going? My actions caused a new wave of bewilderment, but looking back, I felt an involuntary surge of respect. Shui had already fully regained his senses and looked with a rather strange look. I could not fully decipher it. Everything was interrupted by a lot of fun. He is not angry at my trick, although he understands that our meeting will soon be taken apart almost into quotes, and he will suffer the most from this. Not me, because I'm too small. He will remember what is happening. Well, in my experience, if someone comes to Itachi, then my overly responsible and correct Inai-san, terribly tormented by an internal dilemma, will choose not what he wants, but what is right. I shrug my shoulders. Voice sounds absolutely calm, even indifferent. And I understand perfectly well that a small child should not have such a voice, but I'm fed up with a lot, and especially my father, who constantly spread rot to Itachi, telling him that as an heir he should, as an elder he is obliged. The rest do not see or do not want to notice. But over these 2 years, my brother's smile has almost disappeared. He has stopped laughing at all, even next to me. And all because he tries to justify this, should, and must, not noticing how from a smart and serious, but a child, he turns into an incomprehensible tired something. And I'm powerless. Bye. So you're sure he wants to go with you? I do not have time to answer, as they pick me up in my arms. So fast I didn't even see movement. Just once and I'm in my arms, 2 and already I'm being dragged somewhere at a decent speed. Fugaku-sama, we have to go. Itachi, catch up. With a death grip, I cling to someone else's t-shirt, but I don't feel fear, only curiosity and slight discomfort from the wind beating in my face. Someone else's warmth pleasantly wraps me up, forcing me to relax a little and look around with interest, noticing a bunch of buildings that are still unusual for me. Wide, adobe or brick fences looked especially strange, along which the guy dragging me was now jumping like a cheerful goat. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Itachi. He obviously didn't worry about me, so I didn't panic either, although I sincerely didn't understand how, with me in his arms, this Shui does something that many parkour lovers won't do in their entire lives. And in general, where does my trust in a person whom I just saw live come from? An attempt to analyze what is happening simply failed, clogged with reality. Well, when else will I be so lucky and they will roll me on the roofs? Does Carlson live somewhere here? But I'm not a kid. I don't get flights for a jar of jam. So we'll seize the moment. To be continued. Commentary on Chapter 4. Meeting the Bad Boy. Bujioku. This is actually the Japanese brothels. Chapter 5. Walk Surprisingly, being kidnapped was not so scary. Perhaps the point is in the kidnapper himself, who knew every corner of the settlement and happily carried me not only in his arms, but also on his neck. The last brother never did, because he was small, and the father. In fact, I considered Fugaku the breadwinner of the family, and not the father. For me, this seemed much more important, although, working as a teacher in a past life or now, walking around the village, I met others who had exactly fathers. Correct, as in the textbook, if such existed at all ever. Only now the look at them did not linger at all. I had to admit with shame Shui knew how to distract attention, fill the space with himself. He is too sensitive. It was not in vain that his brother called with him, and I had no doubt that this was Itachi's initiative. Tired? I was patted on my short hair, helped to sit on the wide railing and handed me a glass with something cool, so that after a moment I could move back a little, leaving the illusion of the inviolability of personal space. Too many impressions. I don't even dodge in gratitude. However, it makes no sense. For the whole walk, he has repeatedly pointed a nix on my head, and he just snuggled while dragging me. It's time to yell pervert. But laziness. Yes, and age did not come out. Not to mention the fact that we were sitting on one of the observation decks of the local analog of Mount Rushmore Dash. Far from the edge, of course, but still it's not very pleasant to fly down from the railing. Where's Itachi? He went to buy ice cream. My attempt to turn my head was immediately stopped. For reliability, they even held it a little with my hand. We'll have to go back soon. Yes, we had a good time. I nod in agreement, taking a sip, and with surprise, I understand that this is green tea with some kind of sour fruit. Cold, but in moderation. There is no sugar at all. The very thing is at the height of summer. An amazing care that throws firewood into the furnace of a not completely dead conscience. Still, I behaved badly towards him, and he turned out to be above this. It immediately becomes clear who the child is. You know, I should probably apologize. For a bad boy? I hear a chuckle and throw my head back to see frank amusement in other people's eyes. However, this is reflected in everything, not only in the look. Gestures, a relaxed posture, and even tousled curls speak of a good mood. The latter almost becomes a straw. Yes, exactly the one that breaks the camel's hump. Not only, I feel embarrassed for some reason. I really was wrong. I return my head to its original position, paying attention to the drink. It's hard for me to admit my guilt, but Shursui deserves it. He devoted so much time to me and never even reminded me of how I met him. In fact, she set it up. Sorry. Yes, I'm not offended. It was funny. The guy leans on the railing next to me, leaning back a little, allowing, without trying to wring his neck, to see his profile. A faint smile played on the boy's lips. However, after a second, he is already looking at me. Not viciously or demandingly, more curiously. As if it leaves me the opportunity to pretend that nothing happened. But tell me why and why? I was angry. I sigh. I didn't want to lie. For some reason, I was sure that he would not convey my words to Fugaku, and Itachi would not trust anyone. And Isan is practically never at home, and when he does, I don't have the courage to demand something from him. Hurry up and tuck into a futon and tuck in a blanket. It's strange to hear that. The other's smile did not change at all, only his gaze became more serious. We both needed this walk. I smiled wistfully, not even trying to pull on the child's mask, which did not burst at the seams only next to my brother. However, with the rest, I also didn't try to put it on too much. I was just calmer and more serious than my peers, but here, I can't hold back the revelations. They matured inside for too long. Well, don't dump them on your brother. He has enough problems without it. The house is suffocating us both. And Isen was crushed by must, and I'm ready to climb the wall when Kasen looks at me furtively, sees Naruto, and then averts her eyes guiltily, thinking that I don't see or don't understand the meaning of her views. Disappointed sighs, and corny, I don't remember him anymore. Against this background, the fact that for Tusen I am almost invisible looks good. I sigh, pulling my hair a little. I swear if I could see sympathy or condescension in someone else's eyes, I would shut up. But he looks like he understands. It is as if they are looking at him and not seeing him. Such a look cannot be faked. It seems that this smiling boy has much more skeletons buried than me. You know, it's scary when at one fine moment you begin to understand that except for one person, no one at all sees Sasuke in you. Doesn't label. I only have Itachi, but for how long? Yes, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to wake up one day and realize that my brother also put a label on me and sees not me, but someone else. Looks and tries on an image that is not even close to me, and I have no choice. I can't lose Itachi if he stops seeing me too, I'll bite my lips until it bleeds, slowly die, tear my veins to fit. To try to be in his eyes the way he wants me to be. And it is all the more terrible to realize that the behavior of the parents, his pressure on him, provokes such an outcome, because my brother does not want me to suffer like him. Itachi will tear the veins, but he will try to protect me, not realizing that this will only make things worse. I can no longer refuse the warmth that he gives me, and if for this I have to play a child, I will do it. I will be a child, carefree and stupid in his eyes. Well, it can't be that bad, can it? Softly, soothingly sounds in response. No, he does not refute me. This is clearly understood. He just clumsily tries to cheer up and does not believe in his words. Shursui tries to give me a chance to speak out, to take some of the burden off my shoulders. And I am grateful to him, even if it's not natural for me to be so frank, and I don't really try, but it really makes me feel better. No wonder they say that formulating a problem is half the solution. It's a pity that in my case, everything breaks down about my age. Mine and Itachi. By the time I can influence something, it will be almost too late to do so. That's why I'm talking, sharing my pain. I need someone who can act now. Perhaps. I nod, looking him straight in the eyes. You know, Shursui-san, I even thank you. To me, now the amazement is completely genuine. After talking with you, he comes to life. I smile painfully. I'm glad he got at least someone. I stutter, unable to find the right word. Everyone seems to be somehow faceless, not carrying the necessary semantic load, and the next second I somehow feel that Itachi is already close. Not only me, because Shursui's gaze subtly changes, seriousness disappears, a cheerful gouging is again standing in front of me. Another person who loves to wear masks so much. Who did he put it on for? Who will teach the bad right? The answer is a chuckle, and after that I was once again patted on the hair. Exactly. I smirk, realizing from my eyes that I was understood correctly. Neither he nor I are eager to continue the conversation in front of Itachi. Our tacit agreement, a secret if you can call it that. P.F. I see a conspiracy behind my back, right? The brother's voice sounds mocking, but it does not come as a surprise. I'm not too interested in how I was able to understand that he was approaching, but I'm glad if my brother did not hear our conversation. They're talking about me and Isan. I immediately turn around, only after realizing that it is a little dangerous to do this on the railing. However, Shursui somehow too habitually ensures me, preventing me not only from falling down, but also from splashing the remnants of the seagull. I openly ask you to teach bad things. Well, I squint happily when they once again shaggy me, but I will forgive my brother even more. Hold on. Right in front of me appears a strange ice cream on 2 sticks. However, after a moment, he breaks it, stretching out the part that is larger. I happily squint, willingly accepting a treat, and immediately gnaw off a small piece. Tasty. In this life, I try it for the first time, and I don't even care that it's popsicles, which I never liked, and not a full-fledged ice cream. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch a warm smile from my brother. He is also relaxed, and no less willingly begins to eat the half left for himself. How good! And me? Shursui's mournful exclamation slightly spoils the idyll, but it is no longer annoying. Rather, I see in him, if not a friend, then an assistant. At your age, it's bad to eat sweets, your teeth will fall out. I almost choke on ice cream when I hear my brother's answer. Right, bursting pride. I'm not the only one who can get jealous. Nothing else, I can't explain this, but I'm not at all ashamed that during the walk, and even now, I huddle too close to Shursui. He generally ensures me from falling off the railing. Here! Itachi, have you really awakened family malice and an abomination of character? Terrible grief in his voice, but for some reason I do not believe him. And he was such a nice guy. Well, after talking with a bad boy, I couldn't remain the same? It becomes harder to control myself, when I see my brother raise an eyebrow with a deadpan expression. With interest, I look at Shui, waiting for his reaction, and she does not keep herself waiting. So it's all my fault. A doomed sigh and Shui droops, lowering his head picturesquely. Moreover, everything looks so natural that I even begin to doubt my initial conclusions. Don't be upset. I gently poked him with my elbow and held out my bitten ice cream. Do you want to try? Sure. My actions are surprising, moreover, for both guys, but the first one still dies Shui. It is immediately clear that he is older and more experienced, and the look gives it away. He seemed to tense up for a moment, but as soon as I nodded without looking away, he smiled broadly and relaxed. I have nothing to hide, and my actions have no second bottom. To be honest, during the whole walk I had already tried a lot of things and the ice cream could simply not fit, but I didn't want to offend my brother. If not for the situation, I would have eaten it like that crying mouse cactus. But even I didn't expect that Shui could manage to eat almost a whole half of ice cream with one bite. As soon as the teeth are not reduced? Yummy! Judging by the way the devils jumped in other people's eyes, the look I had with a wand in my hands was most amusing. Was it a cunning plan to make it impossible for me to splatter your hair while you carry me home on your shoulders? I quickly put up with the loss, deciding that while there is an opportunity, we must take the maximum from life. My answer is laughter. For some reason, I feel like I've passed some kind of test. No, it was a cunning plan to stop your cunning plan from happening, came the answer, still giggling. Understood. I nod importantly and raise my hand. I have something to strive for. More your insidious plans to intercept my insidious plans will not work. Agreed. He, with a satisfied look, a real smile, not just cheerful or sly, but coming from the heart, holds out his open palm to me, which I beat with my palm without any doubt. Itachi, who rolled his eyes, is simply ignored by the tacit agreement of both sides. Well, not for long, of course. I generally can't ignore my brother for a long time. Moreover, it's time for us to go home, which means, it means again routine, boredom, brain-crushing etiquette classes. Considering my behavior in the morning, soon, very soon, the consequences of my actions will catch up with me. But even that can't ruin my mood. Shui seemed to take some weight off my shoulders. To be continued. Commentary on Chapter 5. Walk. Rushmore is a mountain in the Black Hills, southwest of the city of Keystone in South Dakota, USA. Known for the fact that an 18.6-meter high bas-relief is carved into its granite rock, containing sculptural portraits of 4 U.S. presidents: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln. Chapter 6. Gravity . I turn out to be right. The consequences of my words are catching up with me quickly and mercilessly. No, Fugaku does not scold or even punish, theoretically. In practice it turns out a little different. He does not touch me at home, they let me relax, and the next day I am overtaken by karma in the form of Nariko-sama and Miko-sama. Both grandmothers smiled at me so happily that I immediately suspected a trick, and then I was convinced that it was not in vain. These two GRYMZY drank all the juice out of me. What etiquette? What lectures on good behavior? Who said that kunoichi? At that time I did not pay attention to this word, but in vain should be good girls. Telling all this to a child sitting on the priest is too boring. Yes, and according to their observation, in my case, it is also useless, which means what? Right. It is necessary to approach the educational process creatively. After a month of their creativity, I realized that I can run several hundred meters, and more than once in an hour, and often at speed, without getting out of breath, while answering tricky questions, and even managing to remember the information thrown at me. And this is no longer gossip, but the story of the native clan, which acquired its surname Uchiha. She was familiar with something. She grabbed something deep inside, but she couldn't concentrate on this. Everything was filled with wild fatigue. Truly, silence is golden. It's a pity that you don't begin to understand it right away. The days begin to merge into one line. They are so similar to each other, and at the same time exhausting that I gradually get lost in time. I have to learn to smile and speak even in those moments when I want to fall where I stand. It's not a lie, no, it's just that one confrontation between Itachi and his father was enough for me. For the first time, my brother spoke out against such loads in relation to me and was punished. Since then, I agreed with my tormentors that before returning home, I go through meditations. The only condition is that I can't sleep on them, and I tried to fulfill it, getting high already because I was allowed to just sit in an uncomfortable position, but don't care. Most importantly, don't move. And there is no need to memorize other people's words, which were sometimes thrown fleetingly and unintelligibly. Well, the fact that you need to find energy inside yourself. Some kind of mana, yes, I love fantasy, called chakra, yeah, don't care. If you need it, I'll find it. Just don't need scandals. Itachi is too worried about them, because he can't be like me. Do not perceive Fugaku as a close person, only as a sponsor. The routine is addictive. An adult mind easily notices that my classes are masterfully planned. The load alternates. The time for rest is chosen correctly. Yes, even communication with peers and older guys is done so as to be as effective as possible. And no one is surprised by my desire to learn to read and write. They even pick up a brush for me in size. Drawing her local letters, or rather, hieroglyphs, is a real torment. I just do not have the patience. But I stubbornly fight with naughty hands, with those who want to close their eyes. Fatigue overshadows everything, even the appearance on his brother of a strange bandana with an iron stripe. Only consciousness noted that he was now a genin, a full-fledged shinobi, albeit of a low rank, and not a student of the academy. For me, this was empty words. I still didn't know and didn't understand what was behind it, but I didn't congratulate either. I hate to see my brother like this, but the only thing I can do is greet him with a smile and not interfere. Itachi doesn't have to worry about me. Only a petty little thought beats inside it's not me, a brilliant actress, he just allowed himself to be deceived. However, I don't play with him. I really want to smile and cuddle up to him. Someone else's warmth soothes, gives a long-awaited rest, but most of all I am pleased with the smile of my brother. He still does not understand himself, but the release helped him. I just feel how he comes to life. For this alone, I am ready to endure his command, even the incomprehensible Jonin sensei, about whom Fugaku speaks very reservedly. The father never forgave some hokage for the appointment as mentors to the heir of the clanless shinobi. Actually, he also spoke very casually about his brother's team. Spit. I don't care who trains with Itachi. It is enough for me that when returning from missions or training, his eyes shine again, and he even begins to devote time to me, replacing his mother. Working with him is my reward. Rare, but more valuable for that. Moreover, my brother always explained the incomprehensible simply, did not try to limit my curiosity. Even the most stupid question, received an answer. Mikoto couldn't boast of that. She herself, without realizing it, again compared me, no longer Naruto, although with him, but with Itachi. Comparisons were not in my favor. What else can I add? Only Fugaku was worse. He was not limited to his views. He loved to speak out. Humility? Hard take? I do not think that my condition can be described in this way, but I just felt that everything would not be limited to this. Increasingly, it seemed to me that they were trying to bring me into competition. With his brother, with Shursui, who the hell knows who else. This was confirmed by the appearance of peers at my training, and the fact that Nariko-sama and Miko-sama now allowed to throw off part of my training for younger and inexperienced, but leading classes in larger groups. Already aligned, and not overly impressed by the arrival of someone new. I just wasn't interested. Itachi and Shursui were enough to communicate. Well, let's be more frank, not enough. but I was not so hungry for communication to communicate with very small children. The brain was whiling away already after the first minutes of meeting. The head began to hurt even earlier, and after all, once I was calmly at school in the midst of changes. It was a good time, but my knowledge was not enough for the usual role of a teacher. I had to earn authority on a common basis. And if in the intellect I could shine with something, then there is no strength of the body. Yes, and in the study of strange kata, merging into an even more bizarre fighting style, I had no advantages, and for all the time, I had already lost the habit of proving my right with my fists. I had to remember. During training, I don't notice how my 3rd birthday is approaching. There is no holiday feeling. Mother is trying to figure something out, to smile, to try to cheer us up, but everything is shattered by the indifference of her father, who did not even come to see him. It bounces off my brother, dead tired after the mission, and me, exhausted during the time spent at Nariko-sama. Sending to study in the main groups does not mean giving up my training, because I was quickly stopped protecting her granddaughter, and other idiots in love with Shursui. There is no strength and desire at all, so instead of playing games, we settle down on a futon and fall asleep in an embrace with Itachi, for the first time in many weeks, if not months, no later than 10 in the evening, and even a brother at 1 in the morning, if not later. An unprecedented luxury on ordinary days, even the one that Itachi was born, because now he can disappear not only for a whole day, but not even a few days, weeks. He has missions outside the village, as my father dryly dropped to my questions, with one glance repulsing the desire to delve into this issue further. It is not possible to find out the details from the rest. It's just that the brother seems even more physically exhausted, and just as emotionally content than before. Rest is the only thing we need, and in the morning I find in my room a small box with a pendant in the form of the coat of arms of our clan, put on a ribbon, and to it a small playful message, where they remembered all my jams and joyfully advised me not to drool and dream of a brother. It's just that the brother seems even more physically exhausted, and just as emotionally content than before. Rest is the only thing we need, and in the morning I find in my room a small box with a pendant in the form of the coat of arms of our clan, put on a ribbon, and to it a small playful message, where they remembered all my jams and joyfully advised me not to drool and dream of a brother. It's just that the brother seems even more physically exhausted, and just as emotionally content than before. Rest is the only thing we need, and in the morning I find in my room a small box with a pendant in the form of the coat of arms of our clan, put on a ribbon, and to it a small playful message, where they remembered all my jams and joyfully advised me not to drool and dream of a brother. Shursui in his repertoire. Perhaps, if it weren't for his appearance once a month or two and our playful skirmishes during this period, without walks, they didn't let me go on them anymore, it would have been much harder for me. It's a pity that he can't appear more often, or doesn't want to, because only with him I can afford to completely relax, making various jokes, until we are fired up by older girls, already his age, not mine, training in the neighborhood or just coming, help, their age relatives. The latter are generally an excuse, the most relish, because relatives of varying degrees of range we have the whole clan, yes, that's why it's a disaster for all bad boys. Because older women saw the benefit from his appearances, there are always assistants, and even help not immediately sleep in front of those who have come to help them who have settled in the trenches relatives. They probably don't want so that they can calculate the time and days of Shursui's appearance, but I'm not offended, as is he. It's very rare to get to talk to someone smart, and not offended by trifles, but from the outside everything looks different. Our meetings, according to the rest, of course, are more like a meeting of two cocky cats. In a sense, they also hissed, snorted, and dispersed in different directions. If only two older ladies, and sometimes not only them, would not stand over the soul. Well, then I wouldn't have hissed and snorted at him either, but would happily ask to be delivered to my brother in order to be present during the training of the bad, or I would just gypsy a walk around Konoha, the settlement where we live. Dreams, where is your sweetness? Where is the opportunity to fulfill you at all? I definitely wouldn't say no to this. Days merge into a single mass again. And it doesn't matter that I feel the chakra, having achieved this a week before my 3rd birthday. But without saying a word, until I could confidently fall into this state. It took a couple of months, but I didn't regret it. As soon as I told about my successes, my schedule underwent slight changes. I moved to a more adult group, now, in addition to the standard package, very reduced in the time spent, received from Nariko-sama and Miko-sama. My mother is more likely to deal with me, almost ceasing to let go to others, and only training with other children remains unchanged. Mikoto helps with chakra, teaches how to manage it. Ideally, I should be able to direct it to strengthen the body reflexively, and not just sitting in a certain position. I'm starting to get less tired. I like my brother's proud smile. After all, I am the first to tell him about my successes. And only from my father, I hear already set on edge. Itachi learned to feel the chakra earlier. Other people's words hurt the nerves. I do not want to perceive Fugaku as an enemy, but he does everything for this. It hurts me from comparisons, even though I agree that I should reach for my brother, try to surpass him, but does his tongue dry up to praise me? Why did he say that in front of Itachi? What does he hope for? What is this attempt to cause hostility? Mikoto tries to smooth out the contradictions, to be a peacemaker, to assure that Fugaku loves us equally, but he can hardly cope with this role. She is not giving consolation. She herself would be reassured, because she sees how the idealistic picture of the family is bursting at the seams, falling apart, unable to withstand the blows of reality. It doesn't take long for everything to fall apart. No, it would be more correct to say that the feeling of irreparable changes comes suddenly. Just one day, the brother returns tired, lost, and in contrast to him Fugaku. Joyful, smiling, he literally glows and looks at Itachi with pride, but I don't see the reflection of this in his brother's eyes. He doesn't even react to me, just a thrill, like a neighbor's cat through his hair and leaves. No smile, no eternal. I'm sorry, Sasuke, next time, with an inoffensive poke in the forehead. It's like he didn't notice me. It was like she became invisible. My brother's gaze passed through me. Fear, horror, panic. These words do not reflect even 1/100th of my feelings. Only now they don't let me rush after my brother. Father doesn't care about my feelings. Even Mikoto doesn't notice how pale I am. They only care about their own conversation, and that Itachi has awakened the clan's power. I don't know what this power is. I'm afraid to know. The empty gaze of his brother is firmly imprinted in his memory. Whatever that power is, it charges too high a price. The look of his brother is proof of that. Before, he always saw me. What will happen now? Impotence. I feel like a useless piece. I don't even know why. Even shit is more useful. You can use it for fertilizer, and then you will get a good harvest. I can't even meet Itachi. They didn't let me in right away. Fugaku took him by the scruff of the neck to classes, proudly accepting congratulations from the joyful clan members all the way. I get only harmless in my case, jokes that it will become even more difficult for me to surpass my brother. Spit. I don't want to transcend. I do not need it. Just let Itachi in. He needs someone. I need him. They don't let me in. Our rooms are nearby, but he is not in it. And when there is, worrying about my brother costs me attentiveness, which everyone immediately uses. Children are cruel, envy is dangerous. Someone else's luck, is it luck? Causes anger. They can't get to Itachi. He is stronger, more capable, older, but there is me nearby, his younger sister, who is in the same weight with them. Compared to my brother, I am not capable, not strong, not older. In the eyes of others, I am ordinary at best. I was no longer able to finish training without harm to myself. Dislocations have become the norm, sometimes even fractures. I often return home in such a state that I don't even have the strength to just crawl. How can I get up? And my brother's room is always locked, but as soon as I find the strength to crawl to the door, either Fugaku or Mikoto appears, who bring me back to my room. The difference is only in the sharpness of the phrases issued. The first one does not spare my feelings, harshly scolding for my self-will, without explaining anything and cutting off any questions. The second tries to gently convince that you should not distract my brother. He is now undergoing some kind of special training course, but no one knows the exact dates. Perhaps he will adapt quickly and soon become the same again, but for now, no, let him rest. I humble myself. Man is a resilient, adaptable creature. I just don't have a choice. I can only wait for my brother to return to my life again. I miss him, and I don't even notice the toughened training. The body gradually adapts to them, especially strange clan members, whose hands flash with green light, help in this. A couple of minutes of exposure to such light, and broken bones grow together in a couple of days, and sometimes even faster. But even that doesn't distract. I'm waiting for my brother to return, but a month later, he appears with a tired smile. He tries to pretend that everything is fine. Everything is fine and wonderful. The lie is so obvious, but why is it only me who sees it? To be continued. Chapter 7. Misunderstanding The house begins to choke again. I feel powerless, noticing how the relationship between Itachi and Fugaku is heating up, but it's not my fault. There is not even a conflict between fathers and children, but something tougher. I see it clearly. The brother seems to be moving away from what is happening, trying to hide behind the mask of an ideal heir, but there is still not enough experience. Father's pressure, his incomprehensible words, and hints that the clan is counting on Itachi. I don't understand. I just feel like things are getting worse, much worse. I have nowhere to go, no one to ask. Even Shursui disappeared somewhere. I can only understand from other people's slips that he is on a long mission from the clan. The only thing I can do is meet my brother with a smile, reach out to him, rejoicing that with such behavior, the cold surrounding his body goes away and is replaced by familiar warmth for a while. How long? I'm in pain. Inside, everything twists from hopelessness. Exactly what I was so afraid of, what I shared with Shursui is happening. I am filled with anger and impotence. I can do nothing but put on the mask of a child. Itachi should not doubt that he can protect me from my father, from the incomprehensibly disturbing clan, and someone else third, invisible, but he is, and he is more dangerous even than the first two. My brother is so obsessed with creating a greenhouse for me, hiding from disappointment, hiding from pain, that he does not notice the obvious. He no longer sees me. In front of him is only the image of a happy sister. There is a smile on my lips, my eyes sparkle slyly, but deep down in my soul there is a breakdown. What was happening was expected. I predicted it for a long time, but it hurts no less. The warmth of the brother is so familiar, affectionate, he even smiles again, begins to promise to train or explain the incomprehensible, just to spend time nearby. The last, yes, in general, all of the above, is rare. More and more often I hear, "Sorry, Sasuke, next time," and I get a light poke in the forehead. Communication, which was barely established, again occurs and fits and starts. Every day Itachi is getting busier and busier. His team breaks up and he stops talking about it with warmth. And soon I will find out at all that his teammate, a friend, died, and apparently his brother blames himself for this. Find out why it is not possible not to ask in the forehead. I already walk on the edge, learning everything through the 10th hand, but I received information that his teammate abandoned the path of the shinobi. Now the brother often finds himself in other teams, but he does not stay there for a long time. He does not become attached to people. Itachi spends all his free time on improving his skills, so that he does not depend on anyone. Out of the corner of my ear, I hear his father instructing him to reach ANBU level in the next couple of years. I don't know who ANBU are. The acronym doesn't touch anything inside. I just feel bad, because I can no longer be distracted in training. The body adapted to the load, but to the brain, yes, it's a sin for me to complain about them. Especially with such a memory as in this life. I easily go ahead of those who are a year or two older than me. I could outdo even older ones. But there are too many hieroglyphs. Each carries too many meanings. It makes it difficult to understand. Slows down my pace. I have to reread several times, trying to understand strange allegories, or something even cooler, although I am still held up as an example to my peers, and even those who are 5 years older. Each time they crucify for a long time, beautifully, but only the laurels of genius do not shine for me, whispers go behind me. Does not reach the level of a brother. And these are those who just a moment ago praised me for my flexible mind, wise judgments. A bitter smile twists his lips. Perhaps now I understand the minds of my classmates and acquaintances who were second children and studied at the same school, with the same teachers. It's hard for me to control myself, especially now that I'm clearly starting to see Itachi drawing a line around me, trying to give me time to be a kid. Others feel it too. The better, the stronger the brother, the less those who are sincere next to me. In their eyes, I'm just an impudent upstart, enjoying the undeserved favor of the true genius of the clan, and more than one. Communication with sure sway, too. No one forgets to remember me. After all, he also turned out to be a true genius of the clan. It's not for nothing that the girls' eyes sparkle because of him. He even has a nickname, Shunshin no Shursui, or Ghost of Shursui. It speaks for itself. If he doesn't want to, you can't catch him. But he always comes to talk to me, and even laughs, letting down reciprocal jokes and bullying. Everyone drew a conclusion from this. My age made minor adjustments. But then the older generation stepped in, sharing their observations, and, according to what I heard, 10 years of difference is not so much. This is a good exchange, a genius for a daughter who does not shine with talents. I am not excluded from my circle. No. I can still train and even play, as if I need it, with children on the territory of my clan, or rather, certain areas allocated for this. The elders are still looking after us. They don't let us get seriously injured and just get killed. But this will not change the main thing. I'm not Sasuke, a cool girl, a good sparring partner for my age, the life of the party, or anything else that I would like to hear about myself. I am that Sasuke who is the sister of the genius of the clan Itachi, the daughter of the head of the Uchiha clan, and just a possible bargaining chip to strengthen the father's chair, who at any moment can promise me to any promising young man, and not necessarily it will be a sure sway joker. It can be like the current the ruler of the village, even an old man, and even someone like Abiram, a clan that specializes in breeding beetles. I didn't fully understand the last one, because it was said not just to breed useful insects, but to remove them in the body. It was even disgusting to imagine. The result is simple. Only sure sway did not cause negativity in me, but I could not accept the possibility of such a thing. My brother will not forgive such a move to my father, and it will hurt me, because sure sway is just as important to him as I am, and maybe even more important. I don't want to check and force you to make a choice. I already have a hard time not falling for the provocations arranged among the overheard adult children, but only the Makawaras I beat could tell how much emotion I pour out on them every day. Body pain, sobering, doesn't let you fall into despair. Even imagining it was disgusting. The result is simple. Only sure sway did not cause negativity in me, but I could not accept the possibility of such a thing. My brother will not forgive such a move to my father, and it will hurt me, because sure sway is just as important to him as I am, and maybe even more important. I don't want to check and force you to make a choice. I already have a hard time not falling for the provocations arranged among the overheard adult children, but only the Makawaras I beat could tell how much emotion I pour out on them every day. Body pain, sobering, doesn't let you fall into despair. Even imagining it was disgusting. The result is simple. Only sure sway did not cause negativity in me, but I could not accept the possibility of such a thing. My brother will not forgive such a move to my father, And it will hurt me, because Shui is just as important to him as I am, and maybe even more important. I don't want to check and force you to make a choice. I already have a hard time not falling for the provocations arranged among the overheard adult children, but only the Makawaras I beat could tell how much emotion I pour out on them every day. Body pain, sobering. Doesn't let you fall into despair. I don't want to check and force you to make a choice. I already have a hard time not falling for the provocations arranged among the overheard adult children, but only the Makawaras I beat could tell how much emotion I pour out on them every day. Body pain, sobering. Doesn't let you fall into despair. I don't want to check and force you to make a choice. I already have a hard time not falling for the provocations arranged among the overheard adult children, but only the Makawaras I beat could tell how much emotion I pour out on them every day. Body pain, sobering. Doesn't let you fall into despair. You can't come to terms with what's happening. I just don't know what else I can do. Go to Fugaku? What about the meaning? Looking at his brother, he sees in him only an instrument, forgetting what he was in the first months of my life. Then I still could hardly call him a father, and Itachi's attitude confirmed that he used to be different. Chat with Mikoto? With all the advantages of this path, there is one significant disadvantage: she will not go against her husband. Go to Itachi himself? He won't want to hear me. Shui? I don't know when he will return and even decide to talk to me, to find it myself, not in my case. I don't know where he lives, and I just can't step beyond the threshold. All my movements are clearly under control. I can't leave alone, and I'll leave. What's next? I don't see the point in walking around the rather big area that the clan occupied. The chance of getting caught is too great, and they won't let me go a second time. My value is too great, because I have become a weak point of the true geniuses of the clan. And I don't care that this may not be the case at all. Even Itachi alone is enough to keep their eyes on me. I smile crookedly. In my room you can allow this, but even then, not for long. Hiding emotions is the most important skill for a shinobi. That's what my mentors tell me, and they're right. And they also say that hatred destroys a person, and this is also true. But in such a situation, how not to succumb to it? But blaming others is the last thing. I need to understand what's going on and find ways to counter it. At least something. Time slips through your fingers. In absurd attempts to find a way, 6 months pass and something like a shaky truce gradually sets in. It is still hard to be at home, but the intensity subsided. Mikoto enjoys this the most. She chirps happily and begins to involve me in cooking. I didn't see the point in this, preferring to spend more time in training, in the vain hope of becoming at least a little closer to my brother, but she skillfully picked up the time, calling it the moment when the chakra was at the bottom, but not spent to zero. The latter gives unpleasant sensations. It took me once to swear not to bring myself to such a state. It is very difficult to recover from this. After another week, you suffer from the consequences, feeling impotence and weakness, pulling pain in what is called the hearth and chakra channels. Therefore, I did not resist calling my mother. Cooking was not my best skill, but I didn't experience any difficulties either, because I was familiar with Japanese cuisine in a past life firsthand. The costs of learning with people who were fond of the topic of anime, for which I simply did not have time. But I had my own free hut, without annoying relatives and grandmothers lovers of primordially Russian food. And in general, what can you not do in order to be allowed to make a coursework on your computer? I bought my own closer to graduation, because, alas, I couldn't master the diploma without it. I had to get out, and then those who wanted to replenish my refrigerator with ingredients. Strange, of course, but the exchange suited me. I am the cook. They give the recipe and products, on special occasions even showing pictures of the required food from the anime they love. The result is a meal together. All that is left is mine. In general, my introduction to cooking went smoothly, without excesses. Yes, at the same time, how my brother cracked dangos cooked with my help. I was ready to hang out in the kitchen for days. Well, at least I didn't have to, But such impulses began to scare me a little. The smile and someone else's joy from the fact that I am holding not a kunai, but a dango stick, is not worth such sacrifices. This is simply wrong. He must understand that there are things from which you cannot run away. It became clearer and clearer that Itachi and I were acting the same way. Both are trying to protect each other from unnecessary things. But is this the right way? I don't know, and I'm not comfortable with the questions coming from within that have no answer. I want Shui to show up next to me. When will he finish the task? But I understand that this will not solve anything. Problems will remain, because he is not omnipotent, and is unlikely to be able to influence even what is happening with his brother. Where can he get to my inner demons? Yes, and I will not let him go to them. Sasuke, where are you going? Thoughtful mood is broken by Itachi, who appeared on the way. I raise my head in interest, looking at the relaxed brother. I haven't seen him like this for a long time. Kasen gave me the task to read these scrolls. I sigh sadly, showing 3 weighty tubes. I still don't understand why write in these uncomfortable scrolls. And in general, write from left to right, from top to bottom. At first, I was constantly confused when reading, yet I got used to something completely different, but gradually adapted. Still, almost perfect memory is cool. I would have had this before. Then I would have passed the sessions with a bang, not reminding myself of zombies before each exam. And I-san, where are you going? I want to sort things out. A barely perceptible grin. I can help. The quest scrolls were instantly forgotten. They will not run away anywhere. I will have time to read them 100 times in a couple of days, if not faster. Mikoto whistled somewhere anyway, and according to my information, she will be away for 5 days. Fugaku can even spend the night at work for several days, even when Itachi is not in the house. At this time, almost no one looks after me, and I can eat at Nariko-sama's, and even build breakfast for myself. Fortunately, the children's body did not require much, and this despite the training, and where dango or fruit and vegetables were stuffed was not a secret for me. I would have concocted something myself, but I still didn't know how to activate the local analogs of tiles and storages. They worked on chakra, and not on the usual electricity and gas, but I still haven't figured out how this was implemented. Well, at least the refrigerator was familiar, but there was never a lot of food, like ready-made food. Apparently, the peculiarities of the mentality, I could not explain the eternal desire to cook fresh for every breakfast/lunch/dinner with anything else. Okay, I'm waiting for you on the veranda. A short nod, and I, squeaking joyfully, rushed to my room to drop the load. I don't care, even if because of the help, yes, I'll rather get in the way there. To my brother, I won't have time to understand everything. It's been too long since we just interacted with each other without fear of being late. I cope with my affairs in record time, but I still don't have time to be the first to the veranda, although I took a good acceleration for this. If Itachi didn't catch me, this would have ended with a broken nose for me, at least, but my brother did not disappoint. Caught and began to tickle, for some time again, becoming only a child. I felt it clearly. Someone else's warmth pleasantly washed my mind. Now I knew what it was. I found information in one of the scrolls. I am a censor. Still weak, but from birth, and therefore I have good potential. True, I have not yet found information on how to develop my gift, not wanting to talk about my abilities to adults. Yes, and Itachi. I doubted that he would be pleased with the new facet of my abilities, which would automatically block my path to ordinary civilians. And he doesn't care that with a father like Fugaku, I didn't have to be on the sidelines anyway. I give up, and I-san. From laughter, the stomach begins to hurt. There is no longer any strength to fight back, and tickling in response is a completely disastrous occupation. I was much more sensitive than him. Have mercy. Okay, I squint happily, hearing someone else's chuckle, instantly changing my location, crawling closer and snuggling. Sasuke, if you sit like that, I won't be able to make out things. Alright, I reluctantly pull back, looking curiously at the heap piled on the plank floor. There is everything your heart desires, ranging from scrolls to bundles of fabric for an incomprehensible purpose, or even completely broken or fake weapons. Not what I expected from my ever-tidy brother. I wonder where he kept it. There was always order in his room, and even I won't let such a pile of rubbish pass, even if at least 100 brothers distract me with their presence. I don't want to disassemble various rubbish, but I obviously don't allow myself to interfere. True, I do not refuse the pleasure of crawling under the arm or dragging something away. This amuses the brother. He even tells little stories of how these things came to him. Only now I'm sure that half of these stories have been heavily censored, and sometimes even look like nonsense that he comes up with on the go. However, this does not last so long. Things end quickly, and now he leaves the last batch to me, while he himself admires the rising moon. And what's that? The last of the bunch was a snow-white headband with cat ears. The thing is so ridiculous among conventionally combat trophies, in which even a plain-looking piece of rag could turn out to be part of a camouflage cloak or a sample of chakra-conducting fabric, which involuntarily drives one into a stupor. Imagining Itachi walking in it didn't work, but I'm sure it would suit him. My brother freezes, looking at the cute accessory in my palms, which I twist in different directions. For a moment, it seems to me that he smiles slightly, but as soon as he looks at the moon again, the smile disappears. In an attempt to cheer him up a little, I diligently put a headband in my hair, but freeze. Itachi begins to behave strangely, a feeling of cold hitting his nerves, as if someone else's chakra freezes. Did I do something wrong? I try to get closer to shake him up, to get him out of this terrible state, but as soon as I take a step, they hug me, hugging me tightly, but the warmth does not come. All I feel is cold. Someone else's hands are trembling. For a second it seemed to me that he was about to cry. And I-san? I raise my head and meet with wide open eyes, but he doesn't seem to see me, but I clearly see him, and all the changes that have happened to him. What's wrong with your eyes? My question does not receive an answer, just scarlet eyes are looking at me, which has 2 black commas instead of a pupil. Someone else's gaze gradually focuses on me, but Itachi is silent, barely holding back tears. I can't muster the strength to ask again. For some reason, confidence is ripening inside the brother's strange behavior is associated with these eyes. No, not only Itachi, in front of me is that notorious power of the clan that almost destroyed his brother. Was it Fugaku who was so happy about them? Why do they look so familiar to me? To be continued. Chapter 8. Sleep No one gave us a quiet place to spend the rest of the evening. Fugaku appeared suddenly, as if he was waiting for the moment when his brother would calm down a bit. He brushed our composition with a casual glance, stopping for a moment on the ears I was wearing, and ordered Itachi to get ready for some kind of clan gathering. Judging by the way my brother tensed up for a second, he had no desire to go there, and no one even thought of inviting me. Attempts to resist arbitrariness. I didn't even try, but Itachi wanted to get away with the fact that he had not yet finished sorting things, but his father did not even consider this a worthy excuse, delegating authority to me. And he didn't give a damn that from everything that was left, I recognize only fragments of weapons, but I can't even read the scrolls. The glance saw some kind of crocodile, because of which it was rippled in the eyes, or it was not possible to concentrate at all. The glance seemed to slide off. From throwing this into the trash, I was stopped only by the fact that Itachi looked too seriously at the others of the same, already removed. There was a feeling that he understood what was hidden under this incomprehensible to me cipher. I'm not sure I understood correctly, but this is hardly of interest to Fugaku. In the house, his word is law, and even I recognize his right to it. A small conflict goes out without flaring up. Fugaku is pleased with my obedience, and my brother has not yet reached the age when you do everything in defiance. He is clearly dissatisfied, but it is worth pulling his hand and shaking his head, writhing a pleading muzzle as he is blown away. Father, on the other hand, is not at all offended by our glances. His indifference makes me want to shrug my shoulders in a chilly way. And no matter how much I convince myself that this attitude does not hurt me, it's worth admitting to myself that this is an outright lie, and somewhere deep inside I want Fugaku and Mikoto to notice me. They stop comparing, seeing someone else in my place. A contradiction that has been eating at me for a long time. Because no matter how I close myself off from them, I don't try to move away. We live in the same house and interact with each other quite often. In such cases, it is simply impossible to remain indifferent. However, everything is not so terrible. Take at least Mikoto. I am relatively close with her. Some of her conversations while cooking are worth something, and participation in my training. I would call our relationship student-mentor or Nissan in certain cases. How can you ask for more? How many can boast of something like this? I don't think so, and I don't worry too much. It is my own fault that I built a wall of alienation, but I do not regret it. Sometimes it seems to me that my sensory abilities affect me much more than I want. No wonder I felt alienated after moving to a new house. It was then that my father began to not see me, even touching him. I no longer felt his burning attention directed at me, as if a wall separated us. With Mikoto, it came even earlier when she started disappearing to feed Naruto. I was still relieved then, but now I understand that this is wrong, and she understands. But we cannot break ourselves. Although, it's not only that, just in the Itachi Fugaku or Fugaku Itachi dispute, it all depends on the point of view. I silently support my brother, which due to age, I get away with without consequences, but even without concessions, I will still become towards Itachi. She tries to remain neutral, but this does not happen. I can only hope that the precarious balance will not be shaken, but for how long? She tries to remain neutral, but this does not happen. I can only hope that the precarious balance will not be shaken, but for how long? She tries to remain neutral, but this does not happen. I can only hope that the precarious balance will not be shaken, but for how long? Clan, village, family. It's hard for me to figure out what's going on. In the past, I didn't have this. I am a child of a different culture. I have to delve into various subtleties, intricacies of family relationships. All we've been able to find out is that my clan is in charge of internal security. They're the military police. My father is at the head of the clan and the police. His heir will eventually take this power into his own hands. The latter is the stumbling block, in my humble opinion, of course. I don't see any other reasons to be dissatisfied, but they definitely exist. It's a pity that I don't get a proper answer to my direct questions. Adults simply divert the conversation in a different direction. True, I don't try to ask too often either. I don't need problems, and my interest doesn't look the best at all. Fugaku will also be reported on him. If they have not already been reported, rake after the problem. And why do I remind myself of an ostrich? How much longer do I have to bury my head in the sand, leaving the rear out? Whom to look for answers? I do not know. But the position of relatives is clear to me. I myself would not take a child of preschool age seriously. Only I'm scared. I'm afraid they won't give me time to grow up. I sighed desperately, looking over the sorted things. I was careful not to throw anything away from my brother's collection, but no one gave me instructions on how to organize the rubbish. I had to figure it out myself. As a result, I laid out everything in my brother's room in heaps, based on the principle of similarity. At the same time, she specially chose the corner that was striking, but did not interfere with a tired person. In general, even if Itachi came in a non-standing state, he would not stumble upon a fragment of a kunai. It makes no sense for me to wait for my brother. After such meetings, he comes to the region broken and very late. Climbing towards him in this state is like asking for another poke in the forehead. And what's the point? The mother is gone, and the father will not approve of wanting to sleep with Itachi. Soon he will try to ban hugging, not otherwise. I go to my room with great reluctance. The glance instantly clings to the scrolls carelessly dumped on the table. There is no desire to read the history of Konoha and the clans of its inhabitants from the word at all. Even less I want to do geography. So I pick up a scroll with theoretical calculations on the use of chakra in hand-to-hand combat. In fact, these are explanations for the style that I am taught with the rest. It is quite unusual, focusing on unimaginable flexibility, jumps, counterattacks, and an explosive amount of punches. It is difficult to use it. A more experienced opponent can catch a counterattack at any moment. The philosophy itself is based on the superiority of the reaction, on predicting the actions of opponents, and I have no problems with this. Orphans in general are rarely intellectuals, and many have a street education. I will not say that I myself was completely like that, but I was a problem child requiring a lot of attention, which was not enough for everyone. Naturally, I had problems of this nature, so I knew how to fight, and was not afraid of dirty tricks. She herself loved to use them until she went crazy. It's good that she had never been in a children's room, otherwise my dream of becoming a teacher would have cried. True, all this did not change the main problem. If you remove the dirty tricks, who will give me to use them on small clan members? I had nothing to oppose to those who had been working longer than me. I lost in reaction speed, slowing down due to the fact that I had to restrain impulses to hit in forbidden places, and simply because the child's body did not always listen to commands the way it wanted. So I knew how to fight, and was not afraid of dirty tricks. She herself loved to use them until she went crazy. It's good that she had never been in a children's room, otherwise my dream of becoming a teacher would have cried. True, all this did not change the main problem. If you remove the dirty tricks, who will give me to use them on small clan members? I had nothing to oppose to those who had been working longer than me. I lost in reaction speed, slowing down due to the fact that I had to restrain impulses to hit in forbidden places, and simply because the child's body did not always listen to commands the way it wanted. So I knew how to fight, and was not afraid of dirty tricks. She herself loved to use them until she went crazy. It's good that she had never been in a children's room, otherwise my dream of becoming a teacher would have cried. True, all this did not change the main problem. If you remove the dirty tricks, who will give me to use them on small clan members? I had nothing to oppose to those who had been working longer than me. I lost in reaction speed, slowing down due to the fact that I had to restrain impulses to hit in forbidden places, and simply because the child's body did not always listen to commands the way it wanted. If you remove dirty tricks, who will let me use them on small clan members? I had nothing to oppose to those who had been practicing longer than me. I lost in reaction speed, slowing down due to the fact that I had to restrain impulses to hit in forbidden places, and simply because the child's body did not always listen to commands the way it wanted. If you remove dirty tricks, who will let me use them on small clan members? I had nothing to oppose to those who had been practicing longer than me. I lost in reaction speed, slowing down due to the fact that I had to restrain impulses to hit in forbidden places, and simply because the child's body did not always listen to commands the way it wanted. The letters begin to float before your eyes. You have to make incredible efforts to leave your eyes open, and still your head tries to fall. The information read is not in a hurry to fit in the head. The meaning eludes the weary consciousness. I reluctantly admit to myself that this is not going to work. In my condition, there is no point in reading further. You should rest and then, with renewed vigor, return to study. Perhaps, like a periodic table, I will dream of a solution to a problem that worries me. Sigh. I wish I could, but I don't believe in it anymore. He died incomprehensible. The phrase makes you emerge from a strange haze and look around. The room feels a bit alien, but familiar. I myself chose the wallpaper in my apartment, tried to make it more comfortable, despite the beggarly salary and the fatigue of a working student. I glued it myself, as well as painted the floors with the ceiling. The result was a touch of negligence, but still better than it was when I got an apartment from the state. Can you hear me? He killed him, And he loved him. I tear myself away from looking at the beige walls with poorly matching wallpaper patterns, from the floor, which is worn out over time and needed updating. The look is now firmly stuck to the rushing around the apartment. Girlfriend? Yes, I'm sure it is, but I can't see her face. You know you loved it. I gave everything for him. Who? A heavy sigh escapes my lips as I rub the bridge of my nose in a vain attempt to clear the flickering before my eyes and bring the image into focus. Your brother. Itachi? It throws me up. My eyes sharply become clearer. I recognize the person in front of me. In a past life, we really were something like girlfriends. Well, how can a shelter girl be friends with a girl from a decent family? She was one of those anime addicts and replenished my fridge almost on a regular basis. Well, and gave access to the computer. Even at the end of training, we talked a little, remaining good friends, but already at a distance. There were too few points of contact. Some kind of mysterious smile serves as an answer to me, and she just goes to the window and abruptly opens the curtains. It was like a mountain had fallen on me. The air began to abruptly end in the lungs. The smell of burning, blood, dust, and fear hit my nose. Yes, fear also had its own smell, settled bitterly on the tip of the tongue, spilled acid in the throat. Horror tightened consciousness, did not give a chance to move. A nine-tailed fox stood before my eyes, enveloped in flames and smoke. The furious roar of the beast pierced his ears. His gaze fell on me. Scarlet, with 3 tomo instead of pupils. Exactly the same as today was in the eyes of his brother, but the drawing is more perfect, finished. Sharingan. Cursed eyes of the Uchiha clan. Convulsive breath. I quickly open my eyes and jump up. I'm pounding, sweat soaking through my shirt, trickling down my spine. I'm cold. Scary. Wildly. His eyes darted around the bedroom, unable to catch on to anything. Horror squeezes my heart with sticky fingers. I breathe in a driven breath, unable even to blink. Thoughts rush about randomly in the skull, bouncing off the walls and colliding with each other. As if in reality, I hear the pebbles rolling in an empty jar. Only now, instead of a jar my head, and stones my thoughts. My gaze catches the windowpane, catching a scarlet gleam, and I recoil, tangled in the blanket. A clumsy attempt to escape from the fall ends naturally. I fall on my back, painfully hitting my elbows, back and back of the head. The blow is so strong, or it seems strong to me, that tears well up in my eyes, but the panic goes away. I can breathe again and be aware of myself. Wet clothes are disgusting. The dream is not forgotten, but I diligently drive away thoughts of it. Quiet breath. Open your eyes again, feeling wrong. Everything floats before my eyes. The almost restored chakra is at 0. I listen to myself. There is no exhaustion, but I got close to him. A little more and I'll lie flat for a day, while the body is recovering from the consequences of the idiocy of its mistress. But where did the chakra go? There is no answer, only a wild feeling of fatigue and loneliness. I feel bad, but there is no one around. The house is quiet, empty, and creepy. Darkness for the first time causes a feeling of fear, as if I was being watched from behind every dark corner. Only now, I have long grown out of that age when you believe in Babeka. I'm more like in my Asakov song Dash, even if I'm younger, but the desires were the same. In another life, now I'm no longer looking for Babik, I have enough brother's care. The head is cracking. Throat is dry. Elbows hurt. As if a woodpecker settled in the back of the head. But everything superfluous, superficial, even irrational resentment that Itachi has not returned yet, and I cannot go to sleep by his side goes into the background. Well, or he, attracted by the noise, would have come running to my room to calm me down, but after that, he would definitely have stayed by my side until the morning, and in the morning, all fears would have gone away, chased away by the sun. Cammy, how childish it sounds. I blink, surprised to realize I'm crying. I want to howl out loud, spitting out fears. The look of a fox from a dream is before your eyes. Only now the house is quiet. No one will come, hide, will not assure that everything is fine. Why, even having a family, should I experience fears alone? To be continued. Commentary on Chapter 8. Sleep. Meaning the song Babeka. Myasakov from Ural Dumplings. https://www.facebook.com/ctc/videos/%d0% $b1%d0%d0%d0%d0%d0%d0%d9%d0%d0%d0%b8%d0%d0%b0%d0%d1%d0%d1%d0% %d1% 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 d0% b0% d0% bb% d1% 8c% d1% 81% d0% b8% d0% b8% d0% b5% d0% bf% d0% b5% d0% bb% d1% 8c% d0% bc% d0% b5% d0% bd% d0% b8 / 424516795388622 / exted equals SEO equals chapter 9 fatigue equals I sit wearily, sawing the table with my eyes. The mood is nasty. There are no antidepressants of biological origin nearby. A brother, a cat with a cat, or, at worst, a hamster. There is no one around at all. Only a note found on the table, pressed down by a heavy scroll, shows that Itachi did return home. True, neither he nor his father is observed in the immediate environment, and in the whole house. I'm alone again, and it's even better. I'm not sure they would appreciate my sullen look, and I don't want to answer questions, thinking about my dream all night and shuddering at every rustle. I fell asleep only in the morning, slept for a couple of hours at most, and now the body is actively hinting that such a mockery of him at my age is unacceptable. However, don't care. I'm concerned about something else. Sharingan. Cursed eyes of the Uchiha clan. Where did this even come from in my brain? However, from where I already understood, in the hospital and on the streets, after moving to a new house, they constantly whispered about the cursed eyes of my clan. I just didn't know its name then. Perhaps I heard about it somewhere else. A dream about a girlfriend. This may be a bang of my subconscious, where a critical mass has accumulated and the brain decided to somehow draw my attention to all the oddities, giving answers to some of the questions. As they say, not a table of elements, but so am I, not Mendeleev, and not even a genius. It's worth taking what they give, especially since there is one more question. Is it true that Toma were spinning in the eyes of that nine-tailed monster? Kami-sama, please let it be my imagination. Sigh. You shouldn't be deceived. I was small, but not blind. And what is our little Heim thinking about with such a gloomy look? A sly voice is heard nearby, because of which I almost roll over from my chair, but quickly regain my balance, wincing a little from the pain of my hands, which echoed in my back. Shirsue's face, blooming with a sly smile, instantly appears in the field of view. At another time, I would have been glad for him. It was boring without him. About. Are you back already? I look at the guy skeptically, carefully ignoring his question. Yes, just yesterday. They answer me with a smile that literally radiates waves of positive. However, they successfully skirted me, obviously afraid of fading into a depressive aura. Yes, my mood is not very good. The appearance of an unaccounted element in the kitchen did not fix this at all. And yet, what kind of gloomy thoughts weigh on your beautiful face, Sasuke Heim-chan? I think about the fact that adults are a bad influence on an Isan. They infect him with insanity. My voice is rather caustic, and other people's eyes widen in surprise. I can see his shock directly, and I'm not surprised. Until now, I have never spoken harshly about my brother. For me, he was inviolable and generally on a pedestal. Only now I can't give him other answers. Can I tell him about my thoughts? I obviously knocked him out of his thoughts with my gloomy answer. So with a sour look, I hand him a piece of paper covered in calligraphic handwriting. Beautiful, but here's the content. In its normal state, it would just upset me or make me want to beg for the right training. When Itachi returns, he would definitely agree, feeling guilty, but now a desire is ripening inside to blow something up. What is this? Read. I snort, instead of answering. Sasuke, I made breakfast. It's in a scroll. Eat it before you go to class. Itachi, the bewilderment on the other person's face is so obvious that for a second it seems to me that question marks are floating around him. Big fat ones. And what's the problem? How can I get it out of the scroll? I growl softly. They didn't teach me this. Any requests are ignored. They answer everything that I will go to the Ninja Academy. Sasuke-chan is pouting. There is so much delight in someone else's voice, and then someone else's hand falls on my head and ruffles my hair. He almost does not apply force, but enough for me. With a quiet hiss, I throw back his hand, clutching at the sore back of my head. The bump only grew overnight and got worse. What's the matter? Shursui instantly becomes serious, pulling my hands away from my head abruptly and unrelentingly, earning another painful hiss as he blocks an elbow to the stomach. The bruises on them also did not have time to disappear. They only bloomed with new colors, causing serious inconvenience, especially a crookedly obliquely tied bandage. Only my back is more or less receded. Only occasionally it pulls with pain, but there should not even be bruises. Yes, and where is it from? Someone else's look is extremely gloomy. Apparently, a lump and bruises that stand out brightly on pale skin made an indelible impression on him. I couldn't even resist. He simply cut off the bandages with a kunai, which I wrapped around my hands, and then felt the bump, noticing other damage along the way, first pulling the collar without asking, then completely pulled up the t-shirt, looking at something visible only to him. Unfortunately, I couldn't examine my back even in the bathroom. The mirror was too high, and against the background of everything else, she was forgotten. In vain, judging by the look they give me, tenaciously studying the expression on my face. He didn't even let me turn around. Sasuke, I'm waiting for an answer. I couldn't examine my back even in the bathroom. The mirror was too high, and against the background of everything else, she forgot. In vain, judging by the look they give me, tenaciously studying the expression on my face. He didn't even let me turn around. Sasuke, I'm waiting for an answer. I couldn't examine my back even in the bathroom. The mirror was too high, and against the background of everything else, she forgot. In vain, judging by the look they give me, tenaciously studying the expression on my face. He didn't even let me turn around. Sasuke, I'm waiting for an answer. I hit it. I say rather reluctantly. He raises an eyebrow, showing with all his appearance that he requires a more detailed answer. And I have already studied it enough to understand that I still have to answer, otherwise I will trample on finding out. He will not learn anything about injuries, but the true relationship between me and my peers will become known. I won't say that it upsets me, but listening to a lecture on love, friendship, chewing gum, excuse me, I myself understand my jams. Other people's words won't change anything. Here I myself need to show that I'm worth something even without the support of Itachi and Shursui. Last night, Inaisen acted strangely, and then his eyes turned red. Are you saying that Itachi got scared and injured? Skepticism literally permeated his words. What is there? He seems to highlight it with every pore of his body. Well, if I were him, I wouldn't believe it either. No. I shake my head and immediately regret it. You have to spend time to recover from the pain shot through the back of the head. Tasan took Inaisen to the meeting almost immediately. I hit later. Sasuke. Shursui obviously didn't appreciate another pause. It seems that he has already worked out whole conspiracy theories in his head, but so far he has not been able to correlate the poor, frightened heroine of his fantasies and me, a beast and an ordinary ulcer, who cares only about the opinion of his brother and mother with his father on a residual principle. I had a nightmare. I sighed sadly, looking away. Before my eyes again, the picture of the nine-tailed fox, which is surrounded by fire and smoke. Panic cries ring in my ears. A sticky horror grips my chest. I saw a huge fox with 9 tails, whose fur shimmers crimson because of the glow of the fire. The deafening roar is full of vicious triumph and rage. He rages among the houses that seem like children's toys against his background. The smell of smoke, ashes, dust, and blood clogs the nose. His huge eyes, in which 3 tomo are spitting, look directly at me. I look at my hands lying on my knees, convulsively clenching them into fists. I close my eyes tiredly, unable to stop the trembling. Memories and dreams are bizarrely mixed, covering with the head. I feel like I'm on that street again. Helpless, weak, completely dependent on the hands of her brother. He is the only one who can decide whether I live or die. I completely depend on the actions of the child. Yes, a child, not an adult. That day I was saved only because of him. It's just a dream. This time, a hand gently rests on my shoulder, squeezing lightly. His voice is calm, but for some reason I don't believe it. There is a feeling that he is trying to convince himself more than me. You know, Shursui, I didn't even tell Anisen that. I look up at him with tired eyes. But I have an almost perfect memory. I remember everything from the first day of my life in this world. Something, of course, is better. Something is worse. Boring and monotonous days can be forgotten or merge into one mass. Only that attack is strongly knocked out of gray everyday life. I remember how Itachi escaped with me in his arms, how he pulled Azumi out at the last moment, how he pressed me tightly into the shelter. And that fox with 9 tails, I remember too. I see his confusion. He opens and closes his mouth, as if trying to say something, but not daring. So are you going to teach me how to unseal the scrolls, or will you do it yourself? I turn away, looking at the scroll lying in the middle of the table. I want to eat obscenely, but I myself can't even make cottage cheese with fruit. My elbows hurt too much and my head. I don't feel dizzy, but sudden movements are contraindicated for me. What if my back also reminds me of my beloved? Yes, and I'm tired of fruits and vegetables, with a rare interspersed with fermented milk products. If we have it at all, because somehow everyone forgets to go for groceries, which is not scary, because their stock is stored in scrolls. This immediately leads to another problem. I can't print them. I just don't know how, but I don't have time to ask. My brother and father leave the house early, often before I get up, and then I forget about it until the next morning. You won't be able to teach quickly. He shook his head and simply picked me up in his arms. Besides, you need to get checked out. I don't like your bump on the back of your head, and the rest needs to be processed. Shursui? I'm surprised, but somehow sluggishly. The pain gradually returned, no longer suppressed by gloomy thoughts. And I didn't know how to get rid of it. I didn't understand local medicines at all, and they were removed away from my raking hands. I'll take you to the Irionin. His movements are fluid. I barely feel the sway as he walks out of the kitchen. I have classes soon. Sam will be dissatisfied. I don't even try to rock the boat. It still won't work. Yes, and in his hands? Warm, almost like with Itachi, but he does not need to be thawed out. I'll warn him. An exact copy of Shursui appears next to a quiet pop, nods silently, and quickly disappears. I sigh, fidgeting a little, settling more comfortably on someone else's arms in order to minimize the pressure on my slightly sore back. Perhaps Shursui is the only person who prefers to wear me like a princess. The rest are either thrown on their backs, which is also convenient, but not with sore hands, or pressed to the chest with one hand. The last option is the most unpleasant for me personally, but arranging my brother stopped doing this almost immediately as I learned to speak. Smooth steps are replaced by no less smooth running and jumping. The movements are so accurate that they almost do not provoke outbreaks of pain, but that's exactly what almost. As a result, I do not manage to admire the village through which I was carried directly to the hospital. Because of what they didn't go to our doctors, I didn't even ask. It wasn't up to that. Still, in vain I did not pay attention to how I fell. I thought that nothing terrible would happen. In training I got worse, but I somehow forgot that there I was ready to fall, instinctively grouping and strengthening myself with chakra. The hospital meets us quite calmly. No one even began to panic that 2 children appeared, the youngest of whom was wounded. True, they accepted us quickly too, some girl not much older than Shui. It was immediately clear from the way she was stuck on the smile of my relative, and not just in appearance. While to her credit, she caught on quickly and immediately focused on completing her task. And soon the head stopped hurting so much, and the skin on the elbows regained its former appearance, not frightening with purple stains. It also became easier to move, so I listened more carefully to the recommendations of the doctor and asked questions. Surprisingly, despite the distraction, Shui was not going anywhere. I received exhaustive answers. It's obvious that she loves her job. Sasuke, pleasant communication in every sense, interrupts Itachi, who has flown into the room. He looks disheveled and out of breath. How is she? I removed the swelling on the back of my head and cured the bruises on my elbows, reduced the bruise of my back. A sweetly smiling girl a second ago frowned, measuring her brother with a stern look. Judging by the look of the damage, it was 8 hours ago and should have been shown to the Iranian right away. If it weren't for Shui, I wouldn't have gone to you at all. I spread my arms, not seeing anything terrible in the existing injuries. They would have been noticed anyway when I came to class. You can't do that. Everyone except me frowns, and I just shrugged my shoulders and looked meaningfully at the guys. I want to eat, and even better a walk through the village, but there is no point in voicing it. You didn't have lunch? I mentally whistle at Itachi's question. This is how much time we spent, since the missed breakfast turned into lunch. And the time? How imperceptibly flew by. I'll even say more, I haven't had breakfast yet. I answer fairly honestly. I don't know how to print food. I cut off someone else's phrase in mid-sentence. I don't need sacrifices. Shui has already agreed to teach me this. I fold my arms and pout, shifting my gaze to Shui, who raised his eyebrows with interest. He obviously did not understand when he managed to give me such a promise, but he was in no hurry to give it up. However, after such a long mission trip, he will probably have a few days of rest. Selfish, of course, to demand to give me a couple of hours of them, but I have no choice. It only remains to mentally make a note that my debt to him has increased by a couple of points. I want meat and dango. What a interesting combination. The other person's lips twitched in a hint of a smile, making me feel relieved. My demands did not seem excessive to him, although he does not have to spend his time and money on me. However, I still don't hire a lot. I just want normal food. And walks. I haven't had a day off in a long time. To my regret, the walk did not work out. No, they fed me meat, taking me to a cafe where I could have a barbecue. Dango was also taken from somewhere, but that's all. I just passed out from fatigue as soon as I felt full. It didn't even really hurt me that Fugaku never showed up, and when I woke up the next day, I didn't find him in the house. Only Itachi, who diligently watched me eat breakfast and go to class. The day off was over. Life was rapidly returning to its previous course, but I was still taught how to unseal the scrolls and generally activate the seals. Shui taught me, to my surprise, and he turned out to be an excellent teacher, and Itachi, who for some time was afraid to leave me unattended, agreed with this. It seems that he even resigned himself and considered it his punishment that for a couple of days, I stuck more to Shui, who appeared in his field of vision, than to him, and obediently served him. This openly amused our relative, so even if I didn't try, he diligently squeezed me. Sometimes I even had the feeling that he confused me with a teddy bear, but to refuse training only because he sat me on his knees and unfolded a scroll over it, patiently explaining the incomprehensible, somehow wildly. To be continued. Chapter 10. Thoughts The gaze glides over the slender columns of hieroglyphs. The brain habitually processes information. At the moment, I am not capable of more, because full contact fights were not my forte. No, I could still repulse my peers and a little older, but those who went to the academy are no longer there. Actually, in the first case, I only won half of the fights, bringing another 1 or 2 to a draw. The rest were losses. Not dry, but she received almost more bruises than as a result of victories. Peers did not want to feel sorry for me. Older ones, however, too. Those who had already gone to the academy, and after it came rested and full of energy, tried especially hard. It was even worse with them. Here the number of victories was at most 2 or 3, 1 or 2 draws, everything else was a loss. There were even more bruises in this case. It was possible to get injured and more seriously, but it was immediately healed, sometimes not completely, by one of the observing Irenans. In my memory, there were not many such cases, even with me, but this did not cancel the main thing. Such a pastime took all my energy, because I had to give all the best. Sometimes it seemed to me that they were just taking their anger out on me, or putting some kind of experiment on me. Well, or continue the one that was put on the brother. Itachi, to my knowledge, was also not a sociable guy. A few peers rejected him even in the clan. But they didn't ask for trouble. He was bigger than me and physically stronger, and his peers, plus or minus 5 years, were many times smaller. The war had an effect. They simply had no time to suffer such garbage. They were more worried about the news from the front, and whether the mother folder would return from the front line. My birth took place during the post-war baby boom, so I'm raking it off, which doesn't really bother me. I generally have a philosophical attitude to bruises, and not only to them. I wonder when it will reach the rest that my isolation will not end well. I just don't see a family in the clan. All attempts to instill loyalty in me are shattered by someone else's attitude and a more formed consciousness than the rest. It simply could not pass by everyone unnoticed. I'm not such a good, and most importantly, not trying to hide, actor. Or do they rely on the occasional Izumi? In vain, of course. I have long attributed that one to the category of fools in love, even if it was not entirely fair. The girl was cute and compared favorably with those who hunted for sure sway, but I did not see her as a friend, and not at all because of my love for my brother. She just idealized everything too much, as if not wanting to see the dark side of the clan. Light, kind and naive, as far as it is possible for a future kunoichi, of course. She was useless to me because she knew about what was happening in the clan no more than I, if not less. It was said that she was only an Uchiha mother, and she did not hold important positions in the clan. This led to the fact that I considered her uninteresting, and she did not know what to do with 2 serious small fry. Our communication smacked of awkwardness, mostly on her part. Sigh. I put the scroll aside. His gaze roams joylessly around the room. Taijutsu training progresses too slowly, and does not seem effective to me. I very rarely point out mistakes in movements, but when analyzing fights, they get it to the fullest. It's as if someone has set out to make a death machine out of me, but doesn't know how and just drives through my self-esteem, which is already low for me. I found this out from a past life, secretly reading the conclusions of psychologists in an orphanage, listening to lectures and seminars as a teacher, trying on what has been said for yourself and finding confirmation of this. This is the problem of every unloved child. For this, it is not necessary to be an orphanage. If I didn't have a brother, I wouldn't have held out under such pressure for a long time, but for his sake, I have no right to break down. As soon as I spent time at the training grounds, my mother would pick me up, or I myself would go to the clan library to look for information in various areas. But in any case, it was worth treating the wounds and resting a bit, as followed by attempts to improve chakra control under the guidance of Mikoto or in splendid isolation. Fortunately, harming yourself while playing with leaves is an out-of-the-ordinary task. Another thing is that chakra was spent on this, which at first put my exhausted carcass on the verge of exhaustion. Naturally, by the morning I was recovering, but this was not very pleasing. I was much more interested in the reserve jumping in volume in a couple of months, which jumped noticeably, almost twice from the values that happened in other months, while the control did not fall much and I restored it quite simply. Improved memory and ability to notice details were seen later, but appreciated. The brain seemed to have received an impetus, and it became easier to understand a lot, but the reasons for this. I squint. I still do not know how to relate to what happened, discovered just a couple of days ago. By chance, after another indistinct nightmare that periodically visited me, having recently become a too regular occurrence, but foxes did not always flash in them. Rather, pictures from childhood rose before my eyes. The childhood of that life, not this one. Fear, pain, darkness, helplessness, horror, the desire to erase your presence. They did not cause the horror that a dream with a fox, but they left behind a sticky feeling of helplessness. It was especially bad when the brother was on assignment. Even the presence of parents did not save. The feeling of their chakra did not calm and did not bring a sense of security. On the contrary, images from a dream were often projected onto them. Naturally, in the morning, I understood how stupid it all was, but at night, it was more difficult to explain to myself. In the end, I couldn't be happy. What? The fact that the eyes turn red and one tomo floats in them? What about the meaning? I can't even hold them for 5 seconds. Even the increased reserve is only enough for activation, a couple of seconds of holding, and after that my eyes water and the picture becomes cloudy. For the next hour, I have to deal with weakness and a double picture in my eyes. There is no information on how to deal with this, or it is in closed access. However, I learned something about dojutsu quite legally, sticking to everyone in a row, except for my brother. Even Fugaku supported my interest, so I received general information and exercises on eye development. Now every morning I do special exercises and light meditation, but the latter are only under supervision, because during it, you need to saturate your eyes with chakra. Fortunately, at least without opening them, otherwise my secret would cry. Secret, right? I still don't know if I'm doing the right thing by not telling anyone about the legacy awakening. I didn't trust Shui. I even hid it from my brother. For some reason, I have confidence that it is better not to stand out. To be ordinary, so that they don't see me as a threat, only a child. Stupid? Looking at the gloomy faces of some clan members who began to come to my father's house, I was convinced that I was doing the right thing. Fragments of phrases, pieces of overheard conversations. Not too much, but enough to know they want to use the geniuses of the clan. More precisely, they are trying to incite their father to it. While he held on, making excuses with his age, but I saw from other people's views that his position was no longer so strong. He was already thinking about what was happening. His complex gaze often rested not only on Itachi, but also on me. Let the latter in not often, only when Shui was nearby, catching a frank buzz from annoying his brother by pestering me. Nothing criminal, but building a crow's nest on my head is sacred. Things were getting more and more difficult. The situation was aggravated by the fact that I knew nothing and had little understanding of the situation. But I heard the cries of others about the strength of our clan, the murmur that it is not the business of the founders to huddle in the backyards of the village. The group is small, but active. From active shinobi, it was they who set the course of the clan. The clan, in which my father was considered the head. In any case, he will be guilty, as well as his family. And if about the parents, I was of the opinion that they themselves could deal with the possible consequences, then Itachi, it's already hard for him. Could not quite adequate behavior of the clan members result in a conflict? It all depended on how they behaved in public, and not inside the quarter, about which I had little information. I wondered only one question: how much longer can Fugako hold back the displeasure of the crowd? Sasuke Hine-chan! A ringing exclamation and an accurate poke under the ribs take me by surprise. But the body moves on some reflexes, rolling away to the side and striking at the supposed location of the enemy. The next step is to throw a sharpened pencil at a moving target and freeze with irritation when the brute that took me by surprise left without much difficulty, both from the blow and caught the projectile in the air, blinding with a happy smile. The little Heim pouts so funny. Sure sway. My answer is more like a hissing snake, and the continuation of the monologue has to be swallowed, because behind the positively exuding relative is a slightly surprised Itachi. I do not want to show my absurd disposition in front of him. I'm glad to see you too. When Shursui says another line, I have to close my eyes and take a couple of deep breaths to calm down. Well, in order not to break loose because of a too bright smile with a look that does not carry a trace of remorse. Rather, he is full of fun. And I-san, why didn't you tell me that you would be back from the mission earlier? The best way to annoy such individuals is to ignore them. I would make a dango with Ka-san. And we, Heim-chan, purposely arrived early. The attempt to get past the annoying subject turned out to be a failure. Someone else's carcass leaned on me insolently. Sure sway, you're heavy. Naturally, the body with almost zero chakra reserve could not withstand even the small weight of the guy who had piled on top of me. In any other case, I could drag him in my arms until the chakra runs out, of course. Although we would have had a funny view. TCH, how everything is running, they didn't let me plow the floor with my nose, having managed to grab the t-shirt by the high collar, returning it to a vertical position, almost suffocating me. A grim look was met with a broad smile. May Midori-san catch you in the baths. I wish with all my heart. How cruel, Sasuke, and I'm with you with all my heart. Someone else's antics cause frank irritation. In general, I have been on edge lately. Lack of sleep and excessive loads are affecting. So is my wish from the bottom of my heart. I grin, realizing that my brother is not going to interfere, and Shursui only got more turned on because of my reaction. For Midori-san, I can also Akane-san, Kumiko-san, Sach. What are you talking about, Sasuke? The smile instantly tightened up. Don't act like an idiot. I give him a contemptuous look. Your speed is good, but you're getting close to the age when she'll stop saving you in the clan. Men, on the other hand, mature faster in this regard. I smirk with frank malevolence, but in fact I feel a little anxious. Kunoichi really brainwashed the girls about strong men and the benefits of their genes for the clan. We were almost called by name of all potentially interesting shinobi, and it was an age category of 10 to 15 plus. In our clan, the lists were headed by Shursui. Itachi was still in potentially interesting ones, but the elder relative belonged to the ripe berries. I wouldn't be surprised if more serious conversations were held with girls who entered the maturation period, just with slight differences for different categories of expectant mothers. After all, children with strong genes were already, on average, married by the age of 13. This mainly concerned girls, but the parents of the guys, if they were still alive, tried to find a bride early. Bets have already begun to be made on who will catch you the fastest. So my advice to you is either become so strong that they are afraid to approach you with such an offer, or choose the one that will scare away the rest of the hunters. There is no third way. In fact, I suspect more that there is a faction war going on within the clan. Shursui is officially sitting either in peaceful or neutral, and combat wants to lure him to her. The easiest way to do this is through a woman, so chasing him is encouraged. But parity will not last long. Many are hungry for a strong fighter. And I don't dare to say how many girls really have feelings for Shursui, and are not attracted by the radiance of his merit and the desire for a satisfying, safe life behind the back of a strong clan shinobi. The absence of a mother-in-law in this matter is also an important plus. Sasuke, what do they teach you in your classes? Both guys look a little weird. For what a kunoichi should know. It's quite difficult to keep the contempt in my voice, but I manage. I have long had the feeling that I am being prepared not for the role of a fighter, but for a profitable game, but to say this openly. Dismiss. Moreover, because of internal graders, they also train me as a fighter, because what is happening looks a lot like a situation gets stronger or break. The first one evoked more sympathy for me than the second one. Okay, we'll figure it out later. Itachi sighs in a way too grown up. Sasuke, pack your things. We'll get out of the village for a couple of days. Where? I don't try to hide the joy of what was said, but I immediately turn sour a little. I can't believe that two youngsters, even if one of them is my brother, will be released without supervision. Do Toussaint and Kasen know? I'll warn them. A calm nod. They surrendered under my charm. Shisui instantly interrupts Itachi, and I am once again trapped. It's hard to call it hugs, because he blocks all attempts to embed himself. They'll be busy, and they won't be back by tomorrow anyway, so they've agreed to release you from class under my responsibility. Is tomorrow a special day? I raise a skeptical eyebrow, not at all impressed by someone else's speech, and immediately earn a couple of strange looks. It doesn't matter, get ready. An eyebrow twitches as I get a sympathetic pat on the head. Like a puppy being petted. Give me the weather forecast, and how many days we are going. Shisui gets a murderous look, but I turn to my brother with a smile, hearing a quiet chuckle behind me. I leave food, sleeping bags, and a first aid kit for you. An admiring click of the tongue is heard behind him, but Shisui refrains from another replica. The brother gives him a very eloquent look before thoughtfully answering my questions, along the way giving a couple of tips about the fees. Quite necessary, in my opinion, because I have never left the territory of the village and have not yet been taught a course in survival in the wild. How does such a child know what can be useful and what is not? To be continued. Chapter 11. Soraku ========================================================================================================================if they don't put weight restrictions on me, immediately giving out a couple of scrolls for this matter. However, I didn't see the point of dragging the entire closet. We're going for a couple of days in total. It would be much more interesting to poke your nose into other stocks, but Shisui played with these scrolls, or maybe not, and, under my close attention, stuffed them into secret pockets. And how did he do it? I involuntarily felt an attack of kleptomania, stopped only by someone else's wink. I won't be if he didn't provoke me on purpose. I had to force the will to suppress the pernicious inclinations and wait with interest what the guys would do next. And they did not disappoint me. I got my rightful place on the back of Shisui, who cheerfully galloped out of the house into the dashing night. Well, not quite at night, especially, absolutely not dashing. It was evening in the courtyard. Even twilight, summer, had not yet come, but I still stubbornly did not understand why I had to leave the house so late. Wouldn't it be better to leave early in the morning? But for all my questions, I received Shisui's enigmatic smile and Itachi's embarrassed, uncertain looks. Moreover, judging by his behavior and the fact that sometimes they slipped into an older relative, the culprit of this kipish was clear. Why did your brother agree to this? The answer did not come immediately. To be honest, I couldn't even think that the guys who took advantage of the moment just wanted to arrange gatherings on the river bank by the fire, but I couldn't deny their charm, exactly until the first mosquito. Only then did the guys remember that I can't transform chakra, as well as create a thin layer on top of the skin to protect myself from minor injuries and mosquitoes. I didn't have such a reflex. I didn't find anything in the first aid kit either, but Shisui was able to find some herbs, rubbed them, and smeared all the open areas of my body, not paying attention to resistance. Surprisingly, the mosquitoes immediately lost interest in me, so the overnight stay went smoothly. Fortunately, the nights are warm. I don't need to be on duty. The guys decided to do this themselves in turn. There would be enough space on one sleeping bag for all three of them. Was it surprising that sleeping with Shui was almost as comfortable as sleeping with Itachi? His chakra was not disturbing, pleasantly warming in perception. Awakening was not difficult. I'm used to getting up early, but I've never fully climbed a person in my sleep. Still, Shui is bigger than Itachi. It's more comfortable to sleep on him. I don't slip off. Another thing is that the brother does not scoff about this. In general, he approaches the role of a hot water bottle so seriously that if I hadn't known him for so long, I would have considered that he was mocking him, especially given the situation. If I were him, I would definitely blurt out something, not in his direction, but in relation to Shui. He looked very lost when he woke up from my attempts to get out of his arms, as if he himself did not believe that he could sleep with someone in an embrace and do nothing on reflexes. However, he quickly came to his senses, and within a minute we were actively teasing each other, until Itachi dug up a fish buried in the evening under the fire. There is, surprisingly, like brutally, but I did not hurry. I was sorry to end this adventure in this way. I wanted to wander outside the village longer. In this case, I was glad even mosquitoes. So what? My brother is nearby. None of the annoying clan members, Shui does not count, are in sight. They will provide me with food, a bed too. What else do you need? Unfortunately, no one shared my unspoken thoughts. They weren't going to let me chill for too long. Yes, and I would not have had the conscience to play for time in front of Itachi. So I obediently finished off the fish handed to me and went to wash, not at all surprised that upon my return I did not find any obvious, and not very obvious, traces of our camp. I even obediently climbed onto Shui's back again, until I realized that he was stomping in the wrong direction from where we came from, but she continued to be silent. I was just afraid to clarify, because in a past life I was a 100% city dweller, getting out into nature only on big events and in gentrified areas. What if I just have geographical cretinism? There was no cretinism. In topography, I also turned out to be not as weak as I initially thought. In the brain obediently popped up information from the lectures listened to by the clan members, and the scrolls read for various reasons. It turns out that in these couple of years, I was able to learn a lot, and now I could determine the north not only by moss growing on a tree trunk. Here it was not visible at all. All the trees, as if by choice, are even, with smooth trunks and thick branches, along which Shui and Itachi enthusiastically jumped. I was completely afraid to look down. There were about 20 of my sprouts, if not more. Well, at least he fixed me with his hands, otherwise, after the first trial glance, I would have dived from his back. It is unlikely that I would have been killed, so the theoretical base says. I have not yet been engaged in practice at such a height, but I would have sipped my impressions over the edge. Still, whatever you say. Man is an amazing creature, always afraid of the unknown, but after a while, he begins to get used to everything. So am I. For the first 10 minutes, I was still jogging on black. Memories of how I was rolling from a height even popped up in my memory. After that I began to look with one eye. After half an hour, she was already throwing Shui questions that she whispered in his ear, after specifying whether it was worth observing the silence regime. Certainly. This obviously amused him. I could swear he was throwing hilarious glances at his brother. But he did not think to interfere with me, willingly answering all questions. A sort of educational program on the flora and fauna of our forests, and how to approach it. I wonder if he would be so calm if I was 7 years older. Well, if you think about it, then I would run with him, and not hang like a monkey on my back. Despite the provocative thoughts and the desire to do something nasty, I listened carefully. Shui shared very useful information. At the same time, I compared the data available in the brain with what was said, trying to bring it closer to practical knowledge from the category of theory. After all, I lacked practice. I lost too much by isolating myself from the weather. No, it's not just my fault. The isolation was largely artificial, because none of the elders watching us intervened. I was skillfully shielded from the knowledge of what is beyond the walls of the quarter. I didn't want to think about it. The big world did not frighten only on the back of a friend? Brother? Sure, Sui was trustworthy in my eyes, but I couldn't call him my friend. He was Inaisan's friend. It was also not possible to consider myself an older brother, Itachi, and only he occupied this place in my heart. But one thing I knew for sure, Shui was trustworthy. Sasuke, we're almost there, look. Shursue's quiet voice pulls me out of a light slumber, and try not to get tired of the same type of landscape after a couple of hours on someone else's back. I make a small effort to concentrate and realize that we have been moving on a flat surface for some time, and not trees. However, it is not this that catches the eye, but as if slipping out of an alien reality, the city. Yes, that's him. Alien. This is the word that comes to mind. Habitual. So I can say based on the memory of a past life, even if later I understand that this is not so. The abandoned city only from a distance resembled the one familiar in that world. There were many differences. Soraku dash. Strange intonations can be heard in someone else's voice. Admiration is intertwined with wariness, joy with anxiety. With this city, everything seems to be not so simple. It is understandable even looking from afar, and coming closer, one manages to feel oddities in sensory perception. This place is strange. I'm not at all surprised when, just before the entrance, they lower me to the ground, allowing me to go on my own. Small clumps of chakra glide along the edge of perception, but as soon as you turn your head in that direction, they seem to disappear, and then they flicker again at the border of consciousness. In order to disappear again, you should focus on them. And in what? Itachi smiles a little and looks more relaxed than when he got here, but he still stands up to shield himself from a possible threat. Only his chakra does not lie. He relaxed, almost the same as being on the territory of his native quarter. It feels strange. I stutter a little, trying to find an answer and not blurt out too much. I don't know this territory and can't be as relaxed as these two. Talking about your abilities in such a situation is stupid. And we are being watched. Observant. My hair was disheveled by Shui, and he himself smiled happily, looking completely in the wrong direction, where at the last moment I spotted clots of chakra. Dinky, Hina, they're completely fat. You weren't even noticed by a genin. Censor Kitty Naya. I twitch and hide behind my brother as two, talking cats land right in front of us. Yes, talking cats. White and light brown, both wearing miniature kimonos with chakra mesh peeking underneath and shinobi kanji on their foreheads. It was not possible to understand whether it was drawn or the natural. I doubt it. Coat color. Don't make excuses, Dinky. Shui squatted down, spreading around a gleam of joy and mockery towards the goofy cats. Our little Heim has no such ability. Am I right, Itachi? Yes, my Amato did not demonstrate such abilities. My brother nods, but stutters at the last word, looking at me strangely. Really, Naya? Both cats easily walked around Shui and Itachi, looking into my eyes. It's a bit annoying, but I don't feel threatened, and my brother's chakra is calm, even more relaxed than before. He trusts these cats. They both trust, and there is no one from the clan around, and the look of the brother is eloquent. He has already begun to doubt his answer, which means he will begin to think and compare facts, look for information and observe. I can no longer hide my ability. It's amazing how they didn't set fire to it before, but the usual inattention and indulgence towards the younger sister saved them. He didn't even try to catch me on something. No. It's unusual for me to talk to cats. I feel surreal, but I don't panic. I have lived long enough in this world and heard about draft animals, even saw a talking dog in Azuka. His mistress was surprisingly ferocious in appearance, calling me and her little son puppies, but she was eerily attentive when she came with Mikoto for routine children's examinations. After that, I also saw her a couple of times, but I didn't communicate from a distance, and personally, it was much more interesting to explore the world under the supervision of my brother. The radius is about 10 meters, Naya. The light-colored cat circled around me and sat down next to his light brown companion. 11.5. I don't even try to hide my pride. It took me a whole year, in fact, all 4, to reach such values. Fortunately, the basic exercises for sensory were very simple, and they were taught to everyone who learned to feel their chakra. Another thing is that it was a terribly tedious task, and not everyone had the patience. But only when the shinobi is in a calm state. In Isan and Shursui, if they don't hide chakra, I can detect from 15 to 20 meters, depending on the terrain. How good at detecting chakra hiders. I say and get upset myself. I didn't check. And why, Naya? Surprisingly, talking to cats turned out to be not as wild as it seemed at first. They subconsciously inspired confidence, especially Dinky. He looked like my cat, which accompanied me in a past life, until he quietly departed into another world. I don't want Tucson to know. I purse my lips, seeing perfectly well that the questions asked are primarily of concern to Itachi and Shursui. Now I'm not interested in anyone. As soon as I stand out, how other people's plans will cease to be a distant future. I don't want to be faced with a choice like an Isan and Shursui. Do you doubt him? Nico narrowed his eyes, reacting much easier than standing next to the guys. No, on the contrary, I'm too sure of my answer. I shake my head. Ideals without strength are stupidity. Strength without ideals is a disaster. Unfortunately, I have no power, and shinobi and peaceful life are mutually exclusive concepts. You're a funny kitty, Naya. Nico slowly stood up and wagged his tail. But you still have to choose. Come on, everything is ready. Ready? A sharp change in the topic of conversation. Confusing, but curiosity quickly raises its head. You'll see, Haim-chan. Someone else's hand falls on the top of my head and ruffles my hair with a little effort. Habitual action, just a look of some kind, thoughtful, or what? Well, my words just couldn't help but affect him. Yes, let's go, Sasuke. Itachi gently grabs my hand, who didn't even try to intervene in the conversation earlier. I freeze for a moment, meeting with a warm look and noticing a slight smile. As if he had not heard a strange conversation just now, as if he did not care about what was said. No, don't give a damn. He just accepted my answer and decided everything for himself a long time ago. Brother, I don't even know how to justify such trust. To be continued. Commentary on Chapter 11. Soraku. Lit. Heavenly Chamber. This, it would seem, is an abandoned city. The Uchiha clan stored ammunition inside the city and left it to Nikoba. She now lives with her granddaughter Tamaki, along with the Naniko, Denka, and Hina. Chapter 12. Nikoba Surprisingly, while walking with cats, as it sounds, no one began to raise the issue with my newfound skills. I would even believe that no one paid attention to my words, but I understood that this was not so. I saw, by Shursui's curious look, by some kind of condescension flickering in Itachi's gaze. Both didn't look surprised. It was as if something like this was expected of me from the very beginning. Sigh. Well, what did I expect? These two studied me perfectly during this time. My brother raised me at all, if I can say so about a 4-year-old snot. However, age will not cancel the main thing. Itachi was mainly involved in me, Mikoto, not counting breastfeeding in the first months of life, began to interfere much later. Fugaku completely removed himself. No, not like that. It would be more correct to say that the parents transferred their duties to clan mentors. They simply didn't have time for me, but I thought it was for the best. I just didn't want to be on the battlefield in less than 5 years, just like Itachi. This experience left a scar too deep on his heart, even if he did not officially take part in the fighting. He had to kill to survive, and he did not like to talk about it. but overly talkative India's people like to poke me like that. The entrance to the shop did not strike the imagination. The door looked obscenely ordinary, and the understanding of a person who remembers a completely different world, but no less strange for this. However, he perfectly fit into the surroundings, so I reacted to what was happening calmly, going into the room after Nico and Itachi. Shursui brought up the rear of our small detachment. Both did not even try to hide their interested looks in my direction. They caught the smallest changes with their eyes, clearly enjoying what was happening. However, it was much more interesting to look at some important pacing than to monitor the reaction of his brother and Shursui. It was worth stepping over the threshold, as a small mini warehouse appeared before my eyes. There was no sense of habitation. Everything around looked rather lifeless. It's as if they don't trade here, but they come once a week to pick up and bring in boxes, and that's it. Strange. The sign on the door is old, showing that the store has existed for several years. Such places usually have some kind of zest, even if they look like an ordinary warehouse. Curiosity was on the rise, but I tried not to show it too much. A good memory helped a lot in this. It was enough for me to look around the room once to notice enough, and then just resurrect what I saw in my memory. It was quite simple, because the clan often trained visual memory and attentiveness. However, they have always been good with me. The teacher cannot do without it, otherwise the children will relax too much. Naturally, I knew that my attempts to demonstrate equanimity and utter disinterest would not impress anyone, but such a thing was beyond my strength. Although it was supposed to look comical from the outside, look at how Shursui's lips twitch at the corners. We didn't stay in the mini warehouse for a long time. We were taken to a disguised descent into. If it weren't for the lack of smell, I would consider it a sewer, although the ceilings were too high for it, and we went down the normal stone stairs, led by faithful guides. During this time, I even got used to the fact that these are talking cats, and even asked them questions myself, and not only answer them. According to a dry colleague, no, we will remove dissonant comparisons. We did not move for long along the dry underground passage. 5 minutes on the strength, and could go further for an unknown amount of time. The corridor was lost in the dark, but we approached a door disguised in the wall behind which was another staircase. For a kid my age, king size. There, 3 Shursui could walk shoulder to shoulder. Climbing up to the next door was quite convenient, and then another room was waiting for us, no longer as dull as it had been seen before. No, it was not yet a residential building, but it didn't look much like a warehouse of any rubbish either. More like a reception area where guests are greeted. This was confirmed by an elderly woman who sat comfortably in a deep armchair. The chakra was almost non-existent. Isn't she a shinobi? That's rather rude, Heim. I twitch, surprised to realize that my attempt to scan her was noticed. My mistake? Grandma is a shinobi. I don't know how strong, but definitely stronger than me at the moment. Although it's more correct to say that I'm not so much strong as experienced. My chakras can be worse. Colloquial. The same as more. And she's on her own. There are dozens of weak lights around here, like those of Dinky and Hina. Excuse me, I have enough brains to estimate my chances in the most unfavorable scenario. It is better to admit your mistake, because she is right. Scanning other people's powers just out of curiosity is not a very polite act. Well, if you are not in battle, and in front of you is not an enemy, but an ally. The old woman is clearly the second, otherwise my brother would not have dragged me here, even with security in the form of Shursui. Your rooms are ready, you can stay here. The old woman grinned and carefully straightened the blanket thrown over her legs. She was clearly trying to create an air of weakness, but there was no one naive enough to buy into it. Too easily, she detected my scan, and I did it in the background, and no one has detected it until now, even if I only indulged in certain lessons. However, it is worth noting that there was an extra, and my clumsy attempts could be attributed to someone else. But the question remains with Fugaku and Mikoto. I am a censor, and such an action is as ordinary for me as breathing and occurs without the intervention of the mind. Just the coverage radius without focusing is small. Here? Rooms? Against my will, I feel curiosity, because no one told me the exact dates of my vacation. The phrase, "a couple of days," is too vague. I even had a friend in another life who in this case said, "A couple of days or pieces are all even numbers from 2 to infinity." Naturally, I had a slightly different opinion, stopping at the lowest value, but 2 days are almost gone. To be precise, it will expire around noon the next day. I bargained for you a week. I look at the proud Shui with a slight shock. Looks like I found a follower of that lover of specifics. In his case, the pair is not even an even number going to infinity, but any starting from 2, or from 1. Perhaps I will refrain from questions. My psyche is dear to me. "To-san sent us to replenish the clan's armory," Itachi said calmly, causing Shui to deflate. "We were supposed to go to it 5 days later, but To-san thought it was a good idea to show up earlier and show you how everything is arranged. But don't worry, we'll take care of all the boring stuff." Shui intervenes once again. "Fine, I just need assistance to meet with suppliers." The old woman, who was carefully watching the conversation, grinned, easily getting up from her chair and removing the blanket that she absolutely did not need. "Haim, you can call me Nikoba. I've been in charge of the Uchiha shop and supplying weapons to the clan for 3 decades, and my family deserved this favor long before the formation of Konoha. These walls have seen many Uchiha, especially the children of the heads of the clan, including myself." Nikoba isn't a name, is it? I tilt my head questioningly. "No, we forget our name when we stand in this place. This is our memory, a way to show gratitude to those who saved." The old woman was not embarrassed because of my question. This house and the playground around it are safe, and there is no fool in the city who would attack an Uchiha child. A proud smile, as if she were talking about her achievement. "I think you will be interested in the tradition that has developed over generations of cooperation between my family and your clan." Which? Now I'm really interested. A game of fingerprints. Instead of the old woman, some overly enthusiastic Shui answered, "You will have 5 days to be able to get as many cat paw prints as possible." And silence. He is idiot? After a long silence that clearly created a strange atmosphere, I turned to Itachi. It seemed to me, or was it not a question? The brother's answer makes you want to laugh. I would not be able to say this with a serious look, but this also confirms my thoughts that Nikoba is close not just to the clan, but is perceived by the family. "Hey!" Shui let out an indignant exclamation. "You're right, this is already a known fact." I sigh heavily, ignoring the indignantly pouting guy. "This game will be good for you, Haim." The old woman laughed. "And much more interesting than checking supplies. It's too early for you to meet these people. Nico will gladly play with you. They are very cunning and flexible. These are the qualities that will never be superfluous for a kunoichi." "I will listen to your words." I nod seriously and cast a condescending glance at the ruffled Shui, smiling provocatively. "They are clearly trustworthy. Little salary, ahem, inventor." The guy obviously swallowed the curse with difficulty as he lowered his arms, which were already stretching out to strangle me. "Well, right, the power is clearly not on his side." I squint quite a bit, not that I rarely win when I argue with him. But most of the time we've had a draw, or he's even kept the score. Although, Shui was just brazenly using his age advantage. And sometimes my attempts to offend him were tritely ignored, because I diligently avoided topics that I considered taboo in his presence, but now a fairly simple topic has been touched. I should even be surprised that she provoked such a strong reaction, although I am sure that he feels more annoyance than actually offended. It remains only to consolidate the victory and leave with a proudly raised head, hearing a burst of laughter behind him. In vain I felt sorry for him. Shui is not that thin-skinned. However, I didn't dwell on this thought for a long time. It was much more interesting for me to find out where they brought me, to explore not only the house, but the city itself. Fortunately, I have 5 days for this case and complete confidence in my safety. The old woman would not joke about this matter. I smile. It's time to satisfy your interest, including cats. I have always loved these fluffy beauties, even if there was only one cat next to me. He'd understand if I took someone else, and some would be perfect for that. They are independent, quite strong, live longer than ordinary cats, and can even entertain with conversation. For a person who has never been the soul of the company and often remains alone, just an ideal option. Win-win. I need someone I can trust, and who can act autonomously, and not arouse suspicion. I must understand what the clan is up to, and what place my brother and I have in it. However, who am I kidding? I just want someone to be by my side, although I understand how selfish that is. Just what can I do? Loneliness suffocates me, as does the inability to talk to anyone normally. Even in front of my brother, I increasingly have to wear the mask of a happy sister so as not to excite him. And it is at such moments that I feel how much I miss Shui. He could always distract, make me switch to something else. He just has a unique talent to piss me off, but not to cross the line. I shake my head, getting rid of unnecessary thoughts. It's time to start exploring this city, and it doesn't hurt to play with some. It's necessary to come up with a game of prince. Ha! Interestingly, the brother also toiled with such nonsense? To be continued. Chapter 13 Fun Deserted, cold, abandoned. It was these 3 words that came to mind when I looked at the city from the roof of one of the buildings. Quite unlike the lively, leafy Konoha, where every house is different. Everything here was stereotyped, soulless. There was almost no greenery. A little later, the understanding came that it was far from deserted. There were enough people in it. They just all hide in burrows. This city did not give a feeling of freedom, rather a deep shadow. If I had been a little more impressionable, he would have begun to choke me. But I had lived in a similar, completely soulless place for too long to succumb to such an illusion. In the end, I am an Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan. Illusions have no power over me. I narrow my eyes. In general, my vigil on the roof has a completely different reason, and I was not going to admire the city. It was just from here that it was easiest to survey the surroundings and find Nico, who didn't stumble too much and treated me like a normal child. Yes, I still decided to chase them and get a real collection of prints. At the moment, I was targeting conventionally ordinary cats that only meowed. Judging by my impressions, they had chakra and could use it, but they were weaker than Dinky and Hina. My brother also confirmed this, so I went running around the neighborhood with a clear conscience. I was not afraid to get lost. Here all the streets, as if by a ruler, it is not difficult to navigate. As a last resort, you can always climb onto the floor and find the previously noted places. Silly. That's how I can describe my pastime, but unimaginably fun. I had never experienced anything like this before and truly enjoyed it. Some, however, also enjoyed themselves. Itachi even tried to appear nearby more often and watched with a clear smile as I sneak up on the supposedly ignoring cats. For the first time in a long time, I didn't see the weariness in his eyes. Or rather, she was, but different. Physical, not emotional. It was a pleasure for me to look at the frankly relaxed guys and talk to Nikoba, too calm, lazy, like a cat gorged on sour cream. I was sure that these days would become a treasure for me. Quiet, measured, calmly. That's how I could describe the leisurely current days. Running with some didn't change anything. It was customary for me to get a load during the day, but gradually I noticed that I was starting to involuntarily adapt to the nimble minke whales. The body did not become much more flexible, but constant races with elements of parkour made themselves felt. It became easier for me to build a path, to look for surfaces convenient for running, or to choose support points. The eyes themselves found the route, the body followed it without any problems. Experience, it was exactly what I lacked. Games with some remove this shortcoming. They didn't teach me anything, didn't give me advice, but constant running over rough terrain with the use of chakra did its job. It is difficult to talk about the increase in stamina or the amount of chakra. This is not a matter of a couple of days. They just helped me to know the limits of my body, realize weaknesses, remove childish clumsiness. The latter, of course, caused problems and required more effort, because coordination exercises were also given to me in the clan, but classes with some were easier, the effectiveness was higher. Apparently it's all about motivation. It was much more pleasant for me to chase a fluffy cute than under the guidance of an unshaven, I'm lying, I didn't see a beard at all, like a mustache. A man to fold his body into a bagel or jump along an obstacle course. Satisfied breath. A pleasant weakness spreads over my body, and I remind myself of a cat warmed up in the sun. I terribly do not want to remember that the clock is ticking, counting the days, hours, and even seconds of time that I have left to be here. I don't want to think about this, because I understand that everything will be the same in the clan again. For a couple of days of absence, the tension and discontent of the elders will not go away. I will again be crushed by other people's expectations, indifference, blind faith that they know what will be better for me and my brother. I sigh doomly. Even now I can't completely distance myself from what is happening. However, this also does not prevent me from being distracted by the fuss of kittens jumping in the patio. Pre-unkempt, I would even say cluttered courtyard. Inside, an underlying desire was ripening to join the fuss, and maybe jump around, looking for hidden treasures. The latter is blatant stupidity, which I understood with my mind, but something similar to childish excitement was ripening inside. Carefully suppressed curiosity, more correctly, carefully directed in a certain direction, slowly raised its head. For almost the first time in my entire rebirth, I wanted to do something irrationally stupid. In the clan, I could not afford this. I just didn't have time for it. The glance catches an adult Nico among the yard, crowded incomprehensibly by what? Exactly the one who is now in line for forced fingerprinting. I squint, slightly shifting my position in space, preparing to overtake him with one jerk. For me, this is the best solution, because he is the last in line from the ordinary. Cats, more interesting rivals will go further. Although I realize that without giveaways, I won't be able to catch the same Dinky and Hina. These two are damned quirky comrades, and what a speed they have. During this time, I have already seen how they accelerate, so I only noticed a blurred shadow, but I missed the beginning and the movements themselves, seeing only the result. And this sobered me up, reminded me that, if desired, Shursui and Itachi can move the same way, if not faster, and they are far from being the strongest. In the clan, not to mention the village, the desire to become better, stronger, received unimaginable motivation. Still, it is unlikely that those who brought my family, my clan, to the current state will be weaklings. If I want to change at least something, I have to become someone who will be reckoned with. I have no other way. However, it is better to focus on the here and now. I still have time to find a way to get stronger. As long as there is. Sharp jerk. I push off the boards heated by my own body with all four limbs, and even add a little chakra, maybe a lot. My control is only good for my age, no more. However, this is not so important. The momentum is enough for the body to fly out like a cannonball, and with about the same consequences. I was too focused on the goal that I missed the most important thing, the clutter of the yard. No, I didn't stumble over any rubbish, but I was able to catch the cat I needed only by a miracle, instantly slowing down and grouping around the fluffy body so as not to cripple it. I was not afraid to get hurt. I was taught to fall honestly, but something else was worse. As a result of the fall, I touched the heaping boxes, scaffolding, and the devil knows what else cluttering up the yard in abundance when breaking. Is it possible to avoid trouble in this case? No. I knew it very well. Spent so much time with the kids. I saw how, because of petty stupidity, huge problems were created, but behaved the same way. No, I did much worse. However, in the first moment everything was blocked by adrenaline and joy from the work done. I didn't even look around, happily pulled out a sheet and an inkwell, from which I generously splashed it on someone else's paw to make a savory print. Did not make it. Danger caught no other than a miracle. Following from the hands of a recently lethargic cat escaped. The sheet and the inkwell flew out of his hand. His gaze darted around, fixing everything that was happening, noticing dangerously tilted scaffolding, boxes falling nearby, a ball flying off some boards from nowhere. The world seemed to be in a precarious balance. Not for long. More recently, kittens playing darted in different directions. A shock dose of adrenaline rushed into the blood. Everything around slowed down. I clearly understood that I was at the epicenter. I had the highest chance of getting hurt. The brain instantly gave out a couple of ideas of salvation, but my eyes involuntarily clung to the awkwardly jumping kitten, which is much closer to me to the falling pile of rubbish, which even looks heavy. I instantly realized that each of the rescue routes I have seen does not suit me. I clearly realized that my inaction will kill him. But together, I won't have time to escape. The chakra flashes, the eyes begin to bake, but the picture becomes even clearer. What is happening before the eyes slows down more? A fraction of a moment is enough for me to calculate the trajectory of the fall of all the rubbish that was touched. Falling under it is not an option. I don't have enough chakra to survive if a scaffolding collapses on me or those dumbbells tied with a ribbon with the name of might die. Only there is no doubt. I rush to the kitten before I myself realize my act. The body is oddly light, responding perfectly to every command, flexing at just the right angles to glide past falling boards. The palm is filled with enough strength to deflect by the required degree what I cannot avoid. I'm on time. A tiny kitten clutches in fear in my arms, tightly clinging to the fabric of the t-shirt on my chest, and I myself am on top of everything that has fallen. It just doesn't work out to be happy. There is a feeling of emptiness inside, as if acid was splashed through the chakra channels. Legs explode in pain, and everything below the knees refuses to obey. I can't even take a step. I just start to fall, turning with a last effort so as to fall on my back and not crush the rescued baby. Hands fall exhausted along the body. It will not be possible to soften the fall, but it's so bad for me that it can't get any worse. I don't scream in pain only by a miracle. The blow does not follow. The body is picked up, but not on the hands. It feels completely different there. However, I am glad that there is no additional pain. The one that already exists is enough for me. Concerned voices go in the background, in which I recognize my brother, Shursui and Nikoba. The fourth is not familiar to me, and there are also the fifth and sixth. It seems that there are even more of them. Hard to tell. I just feel bad. The pain is much stronger than even in the last minutes of my past life. There, everything was devoured by cold and apathy. Here it was impossible to hide behind them. Gradually, darkness ate everything, but even it did not bring salvation from pain. How long did the agony last? Don't know. It seemed to me that an eternity passed before it became easier, and the pain went to the border of consciousness. But after a moment passed, and I woke up. Broken. Weak. Devastated. There was not a grain of strength in the body. It was hard even to blink, and it was painful even to think about the chakra. I was thirsty, but I was afraid to move. The memory of the recent agony was too fresh. I couldn't console myself even with the thought that I didn't die, which means I became stronger. You made us worry, Haim. The tired face of Nikoba appeared before my eyes, who, without waiting for an answer, simply lifted me, holding me with one hand, and with the other, bringing a glass with a straw to her mouth. It is not clear where the forces to draw in cool water come from. Life immediately becomes easier, but strength is not added too much. Suddenly, the understanding clearly comes that the body is so cottony, not sensitive, as if I was just recovering from anesthesia or I was stuffed with strong painkillers. The kittens were much more worried, Naya. As soon as I finished drinking, a white cat with a dark stripe majestically stepped on my futon, which placed a small fluffy ball next to my knees. I am surprised to understand that this is the kitten that almost got hurt through my fault. We had to try hard to get Itachi and Shursui to go to bed, Naya. How is the kitten? The words are hard to come by, and they are so quiet that I'm not sure if they will hear me or not. He is grateful to you for saving him, as are his parents, Naya. The clumsy baby pokes at a weak-willed hand. A rough tongue runs a little over his fingers, followed by sharp teeth tickling. Someone else's behavior causes a smile, but the strength is only enough to slightly raise the corners of the lips. I like to feel the warmth of a kitten climbing into the palm of my hand. It shows with its whole appearance that it is not going to leave. It's even nice. That's good. I sigh, a little curiosity stirring inside as I look back at the nearby cat. It's definitely Naniko. Although I can't even scan it due to exhaustion, it's not required. Ordinary cats do not know how to speak, and their sizes are more modest. This one is no less than a cougar. It's amazing how he didn't crush a kitten with his mouth. Did you catch me? I ask a question and freeze. The realization that I unwittingly used the Sharingan comes instantly. In this case, exhaustion is expected. My body is not ready to use it, and it's not about a sharp increase in the amount of information entering the brain. Chakra, the cornerstone of any body movements and techniques in this world. Control, quantity and, as I suspect, quality of this energy I still have extremely small and weak. However, this is not what matters. The Sharingan is the heritage of my clan. No one has awakened it as early as me. The normal activation age is 7 years. Even in the age of warring clans, there were no recorded cases of awakening earlier than 6. At least in the part of the information available to me about the Sharingan, this was clearly stated. That is why Fugaku was so proud of Itachi that he got his first Tomo at 7. Yes, and the clan has so many hopes for him too because of this. Although there is no hope, rather they hide greed behind him. And my brother wants to save me from this. For me, awakening is not something to be proud of. If the clan finds out about this... Got it, Naya! Some strange grins, snorting laughter is heard. You're not talking about falling, are you? Yes. I grit my teeth. In fact, apart from this and the furious rotation of my eyeballs, I can't do anything else. Your clan loves geniuses, so why? The cat squints slyly, but I fail to understand his motives. He obviously knows a lot if he asks the right questions. Or am I imagining everything, and he is just trying to get more information out of me? I don't know, but I can't leave it as it is. My Sharingan must remain a secret. My clan squeezes them dry. I object dryly. They told me that your thoughts are different, but I didn't expect that so much. The cat slowly stood up, stretching with the whole body and carefully waving the forked tip of the tail. I like you. We'll keep it a secret, Naya. The eyes are playful, tenacious. I involuntarily felt like a mouse, but to do what? I am completely in the hands and the paws of this cat. I have nothing to threaten him with, but to beg. I doubt it will work. What shall we save? Shursui's curious voice breaks the tense silence as he calmly walks inside and surveys our composition with his eyes. I wonder how much he heard. No, I agree that it is better to learn Sharingan with a Minor, and Shursui is a great option for this, but he has a hard time without me. To drag him into such an adventure is a real disgusting. We asked you to let us know right away when the little hive wakes up. Nico decided to take a closer look at the Hema. The cat slyly shot at me with his eyes, clearly taking pleasure in the fact that I was nervous. And they promised to keep it a secret from Fugaku for the time being, he adds with a satisfied smirk. Han needs to show that we paid attention to her for a reason. How arrogant. About myself, and immediately. We... Shursui snorts. Judging by his behavior, I have nothing serious. Of course it's me, Naya. The Naniko looked so proud and narcissistic that Shui is speechless as his mouth opened silently. It seemed like the first time he'd met someone as shameless as he was. Behind me, Nikoba started shaking silently with laughter. I also want to laugh, but laughter takes too much strength, so I could only grunt in a strangled way. Shui gave me an offended look and shut his mouth. We contacted Fugaku-sama. He allowed me to stay for a couple more days until you almost recover. I raise an inquiring, although I rather twitch here, and I don't know how inquiringly eyebrow. You have sprains and chakra exhaustion. We don't urgently need to go home to drag you in such a state. Surprisingly, he understood me. And why did you just climb into that courtyard? It's not only her fault. Nikoba intervened. She was brought there by a cat from whom she was supposed to get a print. She was too carried away, unable to properly assess her strengths and consequences. The harsh answer came not from Shui, but from Itachi, who went inside. He looked extremely exhausted, but looked firmly and with condemnation. He never did that to me, but he's telling the truth. I involuntarily felt ashamed. You overestimate yourself, Sasuke. You're right, and I-san. I lower my eyes. Itachi is the only person I don't want to upset, let alone see that look. You? He cuts himself off, sighing loudly. What happened will serve as a lesson to you. I hope this doesn't happen again. And I-san. I raise my eyes sparkling with tears of joy, catching a slightly tired, but such a kind smile. Am I the only one feeling left out? Shui destroys the idol. All you need is green suits, and the dawn breeze is so easy to create with Jinjutsu. For what? My question was drowned out by my brother's louder voice. At such moments, you immediately understand that you are brother and sister. You are so similar. Shui was clearly imitating someone. His voice was too strange. I heard the Naniko were interested in my Amato. Itachi simply turned away from his obviously annoyed relative. This kitten's life is now connected with Haim Naya. The forked tail carelessly stroked my arm, lightly patting the sleeping kitten in the palm of my hand. Naniko will give their decision later. It's too early now. Quiet, slow steps. The cat does not wait for an answer. He just leaves the way he came, uninvited. He just said enough. By my actions, I attracted the attention of the Naniko. Moreover, they know about the Sharingan and kept silent. Is it for worse or for good? I will get an answer soon. I just have to wait. To be continued. Chapter 14. Conditions Commentary on Chapter 14. Conditions. I was convinced that the transition to the chapter on scary skills too harsh, so I decided to smooth it out a bit. I never thought that I would be so happy about my injury. No, really. She was never masochistic and did not like pain, although she knew how to ignore it, but the time spent with someone relaxed me too much, and I right in my gut felt how it was flowing away. Somewhere in the back of my mind, the thought began to flicker that the wounds were not so bad, if you could rest like that. 2 weeks, is it a lot or a little? Don't know. Depending on which side to look. 2 weeks at home, under the care of Fugaku or Mikoto, or even both at once, but without a brother. This is hell for me. 2 weeks with brother and Shui. Under the supervision of Nikoba, and Nico a real paradise. Pain in the legs, and the consequences of chakra depletion did not change this at all. On the contrary, it made it possible to believe that what was happening was not a dream, but reality. However, any good and bad have a strange tendency to end. Good even faster. I am fully convinced of this in my own skin. 2 weeks of rest flew by in a moment. At the end, I even began to catch myself thinking about something else to damage in order to stay longer. And even common sense did not stop me, only the thought of Itachi's disappointed look. Perhaps, if it were not for the understanding that in this way I would only upset him, I would have spit on everything, and would have found a way to cripple myself. Given my slightly inadequate state, For some reason, I did not believe that I could do this without consequences for myself. I'm even glad that my brother, feeling something was wrong, constantly flashed before my eyes. Yes, and Shursui was suddenly inflamed with a desire to share some useful knowledge with me. I was glad for the sudden burst of communication, even though with great pleasure I heard not about the main suppliers, or the features of each individual weapon, and the specifics of their use. They even began to give me the basics of Jinjutsu. It was undoubtedly important, unimaginably useful information for this world, but I liked hearing about other people's brave adventures more, even though I realized that such a thing did not shine for me. Itachi and Shursui took their time talking about their missions. In part, I understood why, having lost faith in the best for a long time and perfectly understanding the specifics of the services provided by Shinobi. But after that, the strange cat with a forked tail came again, and I received a complete retelling of their adventures in the territory of Aniko. Well, or not quite complete, which is more likely, but this did not stop me from frankly laughing, periodically oohing from pain. In the end, I'm not the first, I'm not the last who does all sorts of crap in the territory of the Nikoba store and its predecessors. I even got a couple of funny stories about Madara and his brother Azuna until my brother heard me being rubbed about a cute boy, Naya. True, I never understood the horror of the stories about the idiocy of children who lived before the creation of Konoha. After all, it's not a crime to chase after someone in your free time from assigned tasks. I, too, would have been running after them all these 2 weeks, but the injuries turned out to be much more serious than they tried to inspire me, and there were no Irajutsu wielders nearby. And even the extra time didn't help much. My brother still forbade me to walk on my own. In the first 2 days, either he or Shursui even carried to the toilet and helped with clothes, which is doubly embarrassing, and I didn't really strive to independence, frankly enjoying the attention of others. Selfish. Although acrobatic tricks with pulling off clothes, especially shorts, so as not to disturb the legs dangling with a cloth, frankly strained, yes. It made me laugh even more, of course, especially the first time Shursui held me by the armpits, attached to the ceiling in some unimaginable way, while I pretended to be a worm and tried to pull off the rags. And laughter and sin. Fortunately, I was not shy, not with my family, and not in a shelter to suffer like that. Although the differences between boys and girls were explained to us early, but to understand why certain actions should be ashamed, the brain processed this already in adulthood and without much emotion. I just knew that it was right, but no more. Actually, not at the age of 4 to be ashamed of a 14-year-old idiot. For this, the embarrassments have not yet grown solid plains. I didn't refuse to admit that I was somehow inferior emotionally, but I wasn't proud either. I just realized that for the second time in a row, I was desperately lacking ordinary human communication and warmth. Every turning point, moment when I needed support, I was alone. No, not just alone, but still without the opportunity to turn to someone and find understanding. In a past life, this was taken for granted, but in this life, it was not so easy to accept such a thing. For the first time, I dared to admit that the place where I live with my parents and brother, I do not consider home. It was a cage, which even for the sake of appearance they did not try to cover with gilding. Cage, yes? Recognition of this did not change anything. It just became even more terrible in my eyes, because I was well aware that I would not get out of it for another 10 years. In the best case scenario 5 years, but seeing my brother in front of me. I will not graduate from the local military school as early as he did. It won't help. Will only make it worse. Itachi is the heir and I am the Heim, the youngest child in the family. My role in all this farce is about the same as that of others with such a status. Neither the clan nor Fugaku will let me escape. To become in 5 years someone who can give a damn about the opinion of anyone. I doubt that even the founders of Konoha, who became posthumous legends, could do such a feat. These also received nicknames containing the word God, already in adulthood. Sad sigh. I enjoyed being in Soraku. This place felt wrong, but I was free in it. Although no, I did not consider it freedom in the full sense. It was just here that duties to the clan and Fugaku's unjustified desires did not dominate me. Here I was just myself and could at any moment get, if not understanding, then grateful listeners. No one would laugh at my fears, but for the most part one didn't even need it. It was much more valuable just to fall asleep, feeling someone nearby, hearing a quiet purr. In this regard, some turned out to be no worse than ordinary cats, always letting themselves be stroked, joyfully rushing after rustling leaves and keeping company. It doesn't matter that most of them couldn't even speak. Sometimes you just need the presence of at least someone nearby. "How are you feeling, Naya?" As if sensing my melancholy, an impudent cat appeared out of nowhere nearby. Apart from his appearance, although she is also questionable, because Shursui rubbed something about Nico's love for Jinjutsu, and the strange name of Nikomata, I don't know anything. "Better than it was." I shrugged my shoulders. I have no desire to talk. I was much more impressed by the kitten that I saved, and he rarely left me alone. And now he distracted me from bad thoughts, enthusiastically chasing an impromptu toy that I made from a feather, a couple of threads, a branch, glue, and such a mother. This same cat was synonymous with problems for me, a very impudent look and self-confident behavior, and he also knew too much. No, not like this. He may not have known much, but he was perceptive, and was already able to find out all my ins and outs when I was at my most vulnerable. "Naya?" A questioning look followed by a snort of laughter. "Do you want to come back, kitty?" "I don't want to." I don't doubt the answer for a moment. A cunning squint. I can clearly hear how gears are turning in Nikomata's head, and he is thinking over how to get the maximum benefit from what I said. In his case, maximum fun. At least that's the impression I had after every conversation with him. This cat was too playful. "Hi, we can help you, but only after you prove your worth, Naya." "You already talked about this." I nod in agreement, not even trying to pretend to be respectful. No, I didn't consider myself stronger than him. I just realized during this time that he doesn't care how I address him. The main thing here is not to become impudent, and not to cross a certain line I did not cross. And by my act in relation to a small Nico, I earned a certain credit of trust. Although it is still not worth abusing this, because it will not always be possible to get off with little blood. But you didn't answer like that. I hardly pacify my twitching eyebrow. Nikomata clearly defined the limits of my patience, and they quickly ended. I agree with this condition, but I won't be able to come up with an answer so quickly. I shrugged my shoulders, calling for every grain of sanity to help me. Because of my age, I am quite limited in the manifestation of my powers. Limited, huh? Some snorting laugh. I understand your concerns. I involuntarily turned to him, meeting his gaze. The oblong pupil, pulsating as if in time with a heart, fascinates, does not let you turn away. For some reason, I remember, if you peer into the abyss for a long time, we will be silent about your special powers. Another laugh. Eye contact was interrupted for a moment, allowing you to wake up from obsession. The hairs on the body literally stand on end. This diabolical cat is no ordinary draft beast. It will be interesting for us to watch you prove something without him, but we won't wait forever, Naya. This condition? I raise an eyebrow, trying my best not to show how his look affected me. Yes. Nikomata chuckled and shifted his condescending gaze to the kitten who had thrown the toy. This baby will go with you. You can give him a name. I squint. Somehow, I am not happy with such sharp jumps in the conversation. He obviously changed the subject for a reason, but I glance at the small lump, which froze in place, fluffed up and arched at Nikomata. He does not hiss, but he looks warlike. It doesn't look like he could become a spy, and there's no reason for me to be afraid of that. Apart from the Sharingan, which everyone already knows for certain, I have no other secrets. You do not trust? Someone else's look gives malice. Having stayed here, I notice that they are somewhat scrupulous about their kittens. I don't even think to answer directly. He can distort any of my answers anyway. I've been through this before." They agreed, surprisingly, but he did not find fault with my words. Yes, he wants it too. We can't lock it up. Better give it to someone who can look after it. I see. I nod, accepting the other person's answer. I won't say that I consider it the height of logic, but I'm unlikely to get another one. The kitten, realizing that the conversation is about him, instantly forgets about the militant mood, cautiously coming closer and clinging to the sleeve of the yukata with his paws. Yes, I had to forget about shorts and t-shirts already on the first day of the injury. However, this is not so important. It's just that someone else's attentiveness touches me. Because he could have jumped on my feet, the weight is small. Nothing would have happened, but he didn't. Although this did not prevent him from standing up, so that the light fell on him favorably. The fluffy, smoky fur that seemed in the local lighting shimmered beautifully, pleasing to the eye. In fact, its color was heterogeneous, white-brown, and brown was with a reddish tint, but it is not for nothing that they say that in the dark all cats are gray. Big, innocent eyes of rich amber color caught even more. During this time, the kid studied me well. It was extremely difficult not to succumb to such a look. Even the fun of an older cat did not scare away. And if earlier I was afraid to give names, not considering myself in the right, now internal contradictions have resolved themselves. I'll call you Hatsuyuki. First snow. The uneven color evoked thoughts of a past life. About the first snow that falls on the ground. The first attempt of winter to change the face of the world. To hide the dirt that surrounds. The world has not yet become white, like a blank sheet of paper, but nature has already gathered to rest in order to gain strength and sparkle with new colors in the spring. The first snow is the beginning of change and hope for the best. Hatsuyuki. Excellent name, Nikomata said with a little sneer, but I didn't care. The baby liked this name, and this is the main thing, but it seems that I finally had at least someone who would definitely be there, and I was selfishly happy about it. The rest you can think about later and find the answer, how to solve problems. Good. Nikomata is in no hurry to answer. It remains to come up with something worthy for him already. To be continued. Chapter 15. About scary skills. Commentary on Chapter 15. About terrible skills. Greetings, my dear readers. Happy New Year. I wish you all the best next year and, of course, a lot of sales to your favorite works. I gently knocked to indicate my presence. I know for sure that the discussions with my brother and Shui, who joined him, have already ended. More precisely, their report on how our walk outside the village went, given that because of me it involuntarily increased to 2 weeks, although initially it should have been 1. Maybe they were discussing something else. It was not in vain that they accidentally mentioned that some of our direct suppliers of weapons. And I did not believe that for the sake of a gift for my 4 years, Fugaku would let us go so far. More precisely, 2 recognized geniuses at once, but to make it a cover for something else is quite. And I won't even be offended by this, because I received my gift in full, and most importantly, without delivering. Let's miss the nerves due to sprain of my ligaments and chakra exhaustion. This is an accident. And Itachi's trouble. However, considering the situation, Shui obviously work here. My brother is too weak in the manifestation of his feelings. He cannot act so subtly. Well, okay, I am grateful for one opportunity to be with my brother, not only during breakfast. Not to mention that it was 2 weeks here. I had such opportunities only in early childhood and then for a short time. Come in. Fugaku's voice instantly returns to the sinful earth. Perhaps, with gratitude, I hurried. After such intonations, I want to pour the tea I brought on his head, but this is stupid. Dango! I reflexively try to remove the tray from Shui's hands, but as always unsuccessfully. A joyful guy literally spills love for his neighbor into the world around him. In this case, Dango, but it also catches me by the edge. Sure sway. I say someone else's name through my teeth, but after the expressive look of my father, I regain my composure and continue much more politely. Can I not approach so sharply? Don't worry. Even if you drop the tray, I'll manage to save the dango. I feel how my eye twitches, and there is just a wild desire to drive a stick deeper into him, from which he pulls off the sweetness. I only allow myself to sigh heavily and move on, placing the treat sent by my mother right in front of Fugaku. For a moment, it seems to me that I spotted someone else, but this is not certain. I practiced sensory in the house only when I was clearly sure that there were no other people at all. It may be stupid, but I had a hunch that the scan could be detected, which Nikoba confirmed. I could underestimate the attentiveness of people who had been in the war, but not in such cases. To San, I wanted to make a request. I wish I could go to him in front of my brother in Shursui, but I don't have a choice. Mikoto has already blabbed that she and her father are again leading on a terribly important mission. And I would bless them, but the condition put forward must be fulfilled as quickly as possible. I don't have much time to pass their lice check, and not to reveal that I have a Sharingan. There are too few opportunities in the village to show themselves as promising ninja, and they don't care about others. Arrogant assholes. I had to spend so much time to find a solution. But they must appreciate it. Naniko is not a military, partly call. They should not care about muscles, but they are masters in detours and espionage. Speak, the man is absolutely indifferent. I see that his thoughts are far from this room. What to say about me? I already forgot when looking at me, I felt warmth in his chakra, and not as if I was being burned alive. I would like to learn to be an Iranian. I express humility and obedience with my whole pose, but I don't bow to the floor. Well, I'm not used to doing this even after so many years of living here. Why? The question is monosyllabic, but the look has become a little more focused, although I do not see any interest in it. Indeed, Sasuke, you've never shown any interest in healing others. Shursui narrows his eyes in contentment, covering his smile with a cup of tea. And he does everything so elegantly that I do not immediately understand his words. Stuck on a viscous movement. Bastard. And you don't have to be treated at all. Children's sparring is not so serious. With the last statement, I could argue, but for some reason, inside the confidence that Fugaku will take this as a complaint. A sign of weakness. I can't show it to this person, and I didn't want to burden my brother with my problems. He has his own above the roof. You're right about something, Shursui. I nod in agreement, barely fighting the urge to blurt out something nasty. But this is not Soraku, and not even training grounds. Before my father, I must be decent, so as not to get a punishment. And I don't care about them. But my biggest punishment is Itachi sent on a long mission that Fugaku has already cleared. To believe that he will not take advantage of this, and that my brother, who is always trying to cover me, will dare to refuse. I am always right. The other's eyes twinkled slyly. No, he is clearly enjoying the situation. Knows that I cannot afford to break. Until recently, I didn't really show any interest in this area of knowledge. My voice remains even, and the twitching eyebrow is a glitch. Exactly they are. You're too small for her. It's strange if you were interested. He doesn't let me continue, interrupting in the middle of my thoughts. Shursui. I jump in place, meeting his impudent smile. He likes to trick me into real emotions, just like my brother. Daughter. My father's voice is not loud, but he instantly brings me to my senses and presses me down. I obediently lean back and bow my head guiltily. I'm sorry. Fury boils inside. To San, let's listen to Sasuke, and after that you will decide whether her request is worth attention. The only one who spoke in my defense is Itachi. He even moved a little to get closer to me. Because of his care, it became warm inside. Speak, other people's words fall like monolithic blocks. I purse my lips. How they annoy me. What is Fugaku? What is Shursui? But Fugaku is definitely bigger. I can't even be rude to him, but he has no other immunity, It's time for him to remember this. Yes, Tusan. I nod, a small plan brewing in my brain. I just can't let Shui go unpunished. I would like Fugaku too, but this is not my weight category, although the same can be said about the first one. True, there are more options to offend Shui. I am not financially dependent on him. I only recently realized how promising this direction of development is. PFFF. Someone else's snorting is heard very well. I'm not kidding. I give Shui a serious look and return it to Fugaku again. Recently, I was reading a scroll explaining Hugo's style, and it was talking about Tenketsu. I had questions and started asking questions. I was advised for a better understanding of a couple of scrolls, but there was something incomprehensible. They're such scrolls, smart people wrote them, but they forgot to think that not everyone is like them. A sorrowful sigh interrupts my speech halfway. I cast a furious glance at the culprit and clench my fists until it hurts. I kill this beast. They contained information that only Irionin could answer. I try to speak evenly, knowing full well that I could not hide the furious look. Unfortunately, at that moment, Kanako-sama was absent, and those who remained did not seem trustworthy to me. I almost left, but I suppress unnecessary emotions and already look firmly at Fugaku. They were discussing some kind of powerful weapon, which even when hunting Shui cannot be used. I couldn't help but be interested, since I know all of them, and I doubt that any of them can compare with Shui. Oya? Shui's eyes lit up with obvious interest. Even Fugaku focused his gaze on me. Frank surprise emanated from his brother. I was also surprised and went to ask. I sigh heavily, involuntarily feeling sadness. I wasted so much time then, it's sickening to remember right now. But now it's useful. They didn't want to answer for a long time. But then, they said that in order to master this terrible weapon, I either have to wait 10 years or become an Irionin. Waiting so many years is impractical. It is better to master useful skills early, until I become a shinobi and can devote more time to my development. Am I right, Tusan? Correct thoughts. The man nodded proudly. I was clearly interested in him. But Shui unacceptably relaxed, again began to sip seagulls. It's worse for him. You can choke in a cup of tea. Moreover, this technique is effective against men. I frown, throwing a thoughtful look first at Shui, and then at Itachi. And Isen will be the same age as Shui is now in a couple of years. If I become an Irionin, I can come up with a defense against such an effective skill that all Irionins have. I can't trust anyone else, not even Azumi. She's too frivolous, she won't be able to protect an Isen. So, my inspirational speech was interrupted in the most impudent way, but there was a certainty that Fugaku heard me perfectly and was full of attention. What kind of reception is this? Contraception. I say as seriously as possible, proudly straightening up. The reaction was not long in coming. Shui choked on his tea, spitting out what he could on the mat. An attempt to say something was interrupted by a terrible cough. Itachi looked a little better, but he simply did not have time to take anything into his mouth, so he only rolled his eyes and began to blush rapidly. The funniest, scariest was Fugaku. I swear I could almost hear the creaking of his bones as he turned his whole body towards me. Maybe I did it in vain? No, I should have said it. I can say that I saved Shui's life by sharing important news. Yes, exactly. This is to save lives, not to set them up. What? Someone else's voice is scary. I have to make every effort not to give myself away. You have to hide behind fear. Fortunately, you don't even have to play it. After all, even shinobi aren't smart enough to teach 4-year-olds about contraception and what it's for. Sex education classes also start later, although if you listen carefully to adults, you can learn a lot. You could, until I called Shui a bad boy. They said that a terrible move that even Shui can defeat is contraception. My voice is like a squeak. I even close my eyes. I would shrink into a ball, but such behavior will not be appreciated. And it's still too early for me to know the meaning of this word. Fugaku doesn't talk much to me and still believes that I'm a mental child that can never be compared to Itachi. I see. I opened my eyes incredulously. When no sanctions followed, even the pressure slightly decreased. Only here is the silence. Not good. True, not for me. Fugaku just looks at Shui, who suddenly stopped coughing with some strange eyes. So I can train as an Irinen? I gave up after 5 minutes of silence. I'll deal with that later. I was given another hard look that might have impressed me had I not been sure of my safety. Fugaku has never raised his hand to me, and this is unlikely to be an exception. And what scary skills you will learn. We'll also talk later. Thank you, Tusen. I don't even play happiness. Now Shui and I have clearly switched roles. Now it's my turn to splash positive into the surrounding space. This round is behind me, but soon we have to wait for a reciprocal step. To be continued. Chapter 16. Acceptance . It's hard. No, it's very hard. A dreary look does not come off the mountain of scrolls. No, from 2 mountains. The smaller ones have been read. The larger ones have yet to be read. The longing is literally overwhelming. Reality overtakes with all ruthlessness. Shui is an asshole, but a fair asshole. He did not exchange for trifles. Do nasty things in the quiet. It's so stupid. Genius, motherfucking his leg. Although it is worth recognizing that he answered me beautifully. I don't know what he said to Fugaku. I understand even less how Itachi was involved here, but revenge was simple in its genius. He was able to persuade my father into my training in Iron Jutsu, on top of everything already available. And on the one hand, this is exactly what I wanted, but I didn't know who the Irinen were. No, I measured everything by the criteria of the past world. In my understanding, they were ordinary doctors, adjusted for the local flavor. Well, should I be afraid of that? Although I never studied to be a doctor, but as a teacher I took courses in nursing and first aid. Good courses, which were not just for show, but we were really taught conscientiously even during couples, and we passed tests to a teacher of Soviet hardening. You can't buy an account like this. Hey, it was a good time, even if it was hard, which led to my self-confidence. I decided that since I had learned such skills at one time, then there would be no problems here either. This was the root of all problems. I was not ready for a bunch of information that fell on my poor head. Knowledge from a past life did little to help. I had to shovel a lot of theory very indirectly related to the chosen profession, if at all, in my opinion, related. There was no talk of practice. They didn't even let me dissect the fish. I'm not a genius, just a simple person. Phenomenal memory is largely due to the awakened heritage of the clan, but that's not even the point. Nobody was in a hurry to let me into something serious. Now I felt like an apprentice to an herbalist and, in part, even to a warlock. My task was to memorize hundreds of herbs and minerals, the characteristics of animals, and which parts of their bodies, and where they can go. All this produced millions of combinations, which were by no means always harmless, but I would not be admitted to the last category anytime soon. The study of poisons will not begin before I master the Shosen. Shosen will not be given to me before I master the theory. Well, at least not all that is available, but a special squeeze. But there is too much of that, because no one thought to reduce the other load for me. It's sad, but a fact that I didn't even try to change. I wanted too much to get stronger, as quickly as possible. I even thought about asking to continue my Jinjutsu training, but there was no less theory there, and both of my unwitting mentors were too often out of reach. I refused to approach Fugaku or Mikoto with this question. Even after my request to teach terrible skills, they looked strangely sideways. Yes, and I would just overstrain myself if I were also seriously engaged in Jinjutsu. I also had occasional outbursts of lost, enthusiasm to gradually comprehend the basics. Illusions were a useful skill. Moreover, the predisposition to this was in the blood of the Uchiha. The Sharingan also played an important role in this matter. The problem was the amount of chakra he was consuming. Even a year later, it was terribly overpriced for me, but I could already hold it up to half an hour without any problems. Well, more precisely, not without problems. After half an hour I became blind, like a mole, for at least a couple of hours. So I set up experiments only in my room and under the supervision of the cutie Hatsuyuki, who had grown up during this time, but did not pull on a full-fledged cat. The presence of chakra affected. Some were very different from the cats we are used to. Mine also caught the eye of Nekame, who sometimes looked at the light, bypassing all the posts of my clan members to give instructions to a young fellow tribesman. Along the way, he bothered me and enjoyed life. Soraku. I miss this city, the echoes of freedom that it gave. It's a pity that they didn't let me go there with my brother in Shursui, neither together nor separately. Although I visited the town itself with regularity once every 3 or 4 months, but already under the supervision of one of the shinobi of the clan. Quite a relative oversight, to be honest. Well, that sort of thing bothered me a little. The guys and girls treated me well, much better than their peers. Maybe they were smarter, and didn't show rejection so openly, or really didn't feel it. They just didn't indulge like Itachi and Shursui. But I wasn't so capricious as to experience inconvenience from this. Everything suited me. I gradually collected a collection of prints and won the favor of some, who appreciated my resourcefulness and ability to interpret other people's hints. The rest did not touch me, and I did not allow any more accidents. For myself, I decided a long time ago that only Itachi and Shursui can show me the real me. It was easier that way. More than a year flies by at a frantic pace. I'm already 6, a couple more months, and in the first class. Stop. This is not from this opera. I will indeed go to study at a local school, although I do not feel any spiritual uplift from this. There is a clear confidence inside that I will get more knowledge at home, but I can't formulate a reasoned speech for Fugaku. And I don't want to, really. Over the past time, our relationship finally began to resemble a boss-subordinate. He was only concerned about my achievements, which were still lower than Itachi's. So he considered Iriajitsu to be pampering it all, and I was not as talented as required, having mastered Shosen with difficulty over these 2+ years and gained access to reviving fish. I was in no hurry to take exams in the hospital. There were not enough chakras for operations, and no one will let me into that place without special need, so I managed to assist the clan Irenans. However, to expect miracles of the level of Tsunade Senju from me, well, not at the age of 6? It's a miracle that at that age I could treat minor scratches. However, I much more like the fact that Iriajitsu classes improved chakra control. It allowed to reduce the number of injuries in training, and was a good help for mastering Jinjutsu. Even though something complicated was still inaccessible to me, and I was still far from being used in battle, but this is only the beginning. The main thing is moved off the ground, and someone will answer my questions. I much more like the fact that Iriajitsu classes improved chakra control. It allowed to reduce the number of injuries in training, and was a big help for mastering Jinjutsu. Even though something complicated was still inaccessible to me, and I was still far from being used in battle, but this is only the beginning. The main thing is moved off the ground, and someone will answer my questions. I much more like the fact that Iriajitsu classes improved chakra control. It allowed to reduce the number of injuries in training, and was a big help for mastering Jinjutsu. Even though something complicated was still inaccessible to me, and I was still far from being used in battle, but this is only the beginning. The main thing is moved off the ground, and someone will answer my questions. I squint. In a couple of years, I also advanced in sensory thanks to Nekame and Hatsuyuki, with the rare participation of Itachi and Shursui. Hiding from me, of course, is possible and quite easy for an experienced shinobi, but a couple of kilometers in Konoha is not a problem for me, and if you strain yourself in all 5, but not for long. Too many people, I'm just going to get sensory shock from the mess of chakras. However, now a couple of kilometers is enough. Shursui clearly does not mind talking, otherwise he would have hidden his presence. Not the fact that it would have saved him. I feel it with Itachi's chakra despite all the tricks. Already checked. An amazing fact, but I'm about 3 times more sensitive to them than to the rest. It's as if my internal compass is tuned to my brother.
Hatsuyuki, we're going to Shursui.
I do not enter personal information there, as well as my thoughts, and only I will understand my confused notes, and they concern only what the mentors give me. In general, this cannot even be called secret knowledge. Nico gave me a displeased look, but obediently got up from the heated seat. He spoke badly, too small, and simply could not use the chakra correctly for communication, but he had already learned to convey with his eyes all the thoughts about the negligent hostess. However, I wasn't offended. The furry friend became the very outlet I needed, and he also gradually learned to be invisible. It was thanks to him that I became much more informed, little by little realizing what kind of ass my clan is slipping into, and pulling me and my brother along with them. True, I did not see a way to intervene and change something. There was still not enough data, and Hatsuyuki alone could not cope with their collection. It's time to look for a way for independent research. I ignore other people's dissatisfaction, and go to shove the scrolls I already don't need in places, and then I leave the library. Over the years, I have learned everything that is possible without the Sharingan, and some of what is possible only with it. The latter was extremely cautious, not wanting to catch the eye of those who were responsible for the security of the knowledge accumulated by the clan. I did not like to cross paths with these old men at all. They are creepy. Walking the streets of the quarter is quite pleasant. Many people already know me and even smile. I also don't refuse to be nice at the usual time, often accompanying Makoto shopping, but now I get off with just smiles and apologies. My state can be defined simply: I see the goal. I see no obstacles. Shursui will simply have no choice but to answer my questions. Although I still won't interrupt his training, I'll just stand at a safe distance while he enthusiastically communicates with other guys.
Little Heim, you've been staring at me for 10 minutes now.
As expected, he immediately drew attention to me, but then he came up a little later.
I almost got scared.
Your heart is on the other side.
I noticed from the corner of my eye that my appearance has attracted enough attention. Well, what to expect from a bunch of freshly baked genin? Yes, and usually our meetings with Shursui are almost torn into quotes.
You're right.
I chuckle as the grimacing guy nods gravely and shifts his hand to his left side to mimic another heart attack. Poser! Shursui, Itachi is on a mission, and I have a lot of questions about Jinjutsu. There is no point in hiding. Among the Uchiha, there is no one who has not dreamed of becoming a great master of illusions at least once. No, not like that, but the great master of illusions and nothing less. Accordingly, as a genius in this branch of craftsmanship, Shursui was constantly being bombarded with questions. I saw it myself. It's another matter that he was only on the surface as a shirt guy and just an open comrade. No, he did not refuse advice, but he did not want to become a permanent mentor that others felt and kept a certain distance. It was only me who was allowed to get impudent for unknown reasons. And what I get for this? The guy is in no hurry to refuse, looking with a sly grin.
While you teach, I cook dinners.
Actually, I have nothing more to offer. And he usually didn't ask for anything. Why didn't I know you could cook? Shursui rounded his eyes in a picturesque way. The clan members warming their ears giggled nastily, but quickly shut up, catching my kind look. Each of them has already managed to check out my vindictiveness, and since I became a student of the clan Irenans, I also have increased opportunities, but there is no good nature. Rather, I became more cynical and tougher.
I'm just studying. I just need a taster. I feel sorry for an Isan.
I smile warmly. In fact, I cook quite well, just not often and only when Makoto and Itachi are on missions, and they forget to leave enough ready for me. Not all the same fruit to eat. With my loads, I will stretch my legs on them. And Hatsuyuki does not want to learn vegetarianism.
Haim-chan, do you want to poison me?
A plaintive expression appears on a stranger's face. Only merrily gleaming eyes spoil the picture. Shui was well aware of my progress,
and often ran to help himself. Sometimes it seemed to me that I had two older brothers. After that it began to seem that it didn't seem at all, no matter how funny it sounded.
Oh, Shui, don't worry like that.
I walk over and pat him on the shoulder. I just got to this section with intoxication with a mentor in Iriajitsu. There I also had an experiment. In the sense, volunteers are needed. Shui is the first to break down and starts laughing. He is one of the few who really knows everything about my successes, because every time he listens to my moaning, which everyone shows me, but she herself is not allowed to do anything. In other words, I read, saw the process, but I myself have never performed an operation. Mentors are afraid that I will overstrain and let too much energy pass through weak chakra channels. To take responsibility if I am crippled. I doubt that there is such a daredevil. Not because of Fugaku, I won't lose the presentation because of the crippled STS, but I still have a brother in Shui. These two are taken into account when they teach me. In any other case, I doubt that I would have been given knowledge and answered questions with such ease. Alas, my value was determined not by possible potential, like the boys of the clan, but by value in the eyes of the head of the family and heir. To be continued. Chapter 17. Vague fears Time doesn't go too fast. Gradually, I begin to realize that I have swung it too much and soon I will simply stop coping. At first, it seemed strange to me, but after that it began to dawn that Shui visits the village too often and he doesn't mind talking, and Itachi calls for training with suspicious regularity. No, I had nothing against such a pastime, but it took at least an hour, or even 5 hours a day. This affected how much time I devoted to studying and preparing for questions from mentors. If I didn't have such help as the Sharingan, the scrolls would have buried me, because the increased communication often turned into Jinjutsu training and even demonstration sparring. The latter only when these two were free at the same time. At any other time, I would say that this alignment is impossible, but in the last 6 months, it has happened 3 times already. An unimaginable number, given the experience of past years, when in the 2 years of knowing Shui, I received only 2 walks together, and both as a gift for my birthday. Fear. I was afraid of such a change, because I did not know what was the root cause. I understood too well that the clan was expecting too much from Itachi and Shui, and a period of downtime for geniuses. Something terrible might be hiding behind this. This also confirmed the behavior of the guys. Strange glances, frequent inattention, and even a desire to teach me. They have never been eager to introduce me to the paths of shinobi. Even their demonstrations of throwing kunai or illusions were more entertaining. Of course, I like to watch Itachi or Shui soar beautifully into the air, spectacularly hitting targets in the blind zone behind stones and trees, or to see cute illusions instead of illustrations along with the storytelling of legends. But at the moment, the value of this for me was of little value. Such body movements require transcendent skills with control and are beyond the control of the beginner. And to the level when I can use the knowledge gained from observations, I still have to grow and grow. Now they began to teach me quite systematically, and not to feed me with breakfasts and colorful pictures of future power, to which it was still necessary to live. I looked for reasons, but apart from vague hints that Itachi is preparing to become Anbu, I did not find it. Moreover, I couldn't understand what Shui had to do with it. He wasn't taking the last tests, just the tests. This is not an educational institution, but a special detachment. Highly respected in the village, and having a formidable reputation. True, I treated everything that was said with healthy bewilderment, because the range of missions that this ANBU performed was already very wide. And it was hard for me to believe that one detachment could be both a secret bodyguard of key people and an agent of deep penetration into the camp of the enemy. Too different a set of skills is needed for this. On the other hand, it is not a fact that they do not have a division into training or departments within the structure. From this point of view, everything looked not so incredible. The quiet clang of kunai colliding in the air breaks away from gloomy thoughts. I notice without surprise that all the targets were hit, even those set at a cunning angle behind the stone, and after all, I especially put a pebble under it so that it lay at an angle to the stone, and not just on the ground. This reduced the area of /U200B/U200 damage, but Itachi coped with a bang. True, despite sincere admiration, I can't jump for joy, because Shursui showed almost the same trick just a week ago and even slightly corrected my ability to throw pieces of iron. Actually, it turned out that I just held a throwing weapon a little wrong, because it was not in my hand, especially Sinbun's. Too long, and my handles are small, childish, and all the weapons are standard, heavy. Well, it would be strange if I was given children's sizes. In combat, it is somehow difficult for beginners to get used to new sensations.
Hey, and I-san!
I clapped my hands happily as I stepped out of hiding. What is happening is perceived more as a well-acted performance than a real workout. Although I have put aside all the movements in my memory, now I can't do this, but in about 3 years, as the ligaments get stronger, I can jump no worse. Well, hitting targets at a cunning angle is possible without the Sharingan. Shursui has even shown how, but here again everything rests on a too-weak body. Alas, but to fit in my hands and, moreover, to throw a sufficient number of kunai at the same time, I can't do it. When throwing each one individually, the complexity increases many times over, a lot of variables are added, but I'm working on it, because such a skill will come in handy in the future.
You're obviously fake, Sasuke.
Itachi simply smiled and shook his head.
I can't help myself. Shursui showed the same trick a couple of days ago.
I spread my arms with a smile.
Now if you could show me how to create Kato's initial jutsu.
I cut myself off in the middle of a sentence when my brother starts calling me to come closer to him with his hand. I run up with a smile, instantly noticing that he wants to flick my forehead, but obediently allowing it. This action is almost a ritual for us, and we both enjoy it. In fact, it doesn't hurt or even hurt, but this is also part of a ritual dear to the heart.
It's already late. It's time for us to return.
Someone else's voice sounds extremely serious, and only a smile in his eyes betrays his real attitude. You're avoiding the answer again. I pout, though not too much. It would be better to say that blowing fire in the forest is not a good idea. You can start a fire then.
Well, you see, you yourself know everything, Sasuke.
I see perfectly well that my brother, who interrupted me, can barely contain his laughter. It's not fair. I watch as Itachi begins to collect ammunition with a straight face, and put the previously used targets in a specially designated place on the training ground. I can't stand and pout for a long time, and I go to help him, quietly baying under my breath.
Well, okay, Two-Sen promised to teach me this right after the ceremony.
It's great, Amato. You become quite an adult, but I didn't notice.
A picturesque sigh, and he gently strokes my hair.
Now you're being fake, and I-san.
I snort and shrug off his hand. And how can I make amends for my guilt? The other person's lips twitch slightly in a barely perceptible hint of a smile. Will you ride? I stretch out my hands to him. I love riding on his back. And in another case, too long to drag home from the landfills. I respond with a soft laugh, and Itachi squats down without resistance to make it easier for me to climb. With a satisfied look, I settle down on his sakorki, diligently straightening other people's hair. No, my brother, of course, is long, but when running, his low tail fluffs out like a child. I suspect that he does this on purpose, amused by the way I sneeze from it. And it's impossible to avoid this.
because they are just so long that the tail ends in front of my nose. Throwing over someone else's shoulder is useless. While moving it flies back, and you can get quite painfully on the nose. You have to leave it as it is and carefully press your cheek against someone else's back, turning away from the hair. It does not save much, but do not open them with a kunai? The option is not bad, but Itachi is unlikely to appreciate my haircut skills, and everything that is sharp, cutting edges, and generally sharp, is confiscated from me. I get weapons only in training and under the supervision of adults. The rest of the time, they won't even give me, especially a rusty kunai, and I won't take it myself, although I know where. The gaze clings to the familiar building. A couple of times I came here with Mikoto. And no, not to give food to Fugak, who forgot about it, but to give some documents that were handed to her while we were shopping. However, this moment is not so important. I still didn't go further than the first floor. I was left in the care of young idiots of young animals rushing below. Simply put, they just gave a chance to sit in a corner and not shine, while the adult guys decided who, when and where to advance.
What's the matter, Sasuke?
The voice of the brother distracts from the memories.
This is where 2 Sen works.
I shrug, losing interest in the huge building all at once.
Konoha Military Police Department.
Despite the calmness of my voice, it's harder for my body to lie. I feel how fleetingly tense other people's muscles under my palm.
Say, and I-san.
I don't like Itachi's reaction, so I rush to distract him.
Why is the emblem of the Uchiha clan in the symbol of the military police?
Did you notice? A gentle sneer permeated every intonation. I don't even need to see his face to know he's smiling. Well, I can't blame him. It's mentioned in the clan's history scrolls. I don't think he will tell me anything new. Certainly. I shrug, leaning back a little to take another look at the massive plaque on the building. They generally like to hang things like this on buildings.
The military police was founded by our ancestors, which is why they added our coat of arms to the symbol of the police. The Uchiha clan maintained order in the village for a long time. This coat of arms is a living proof of our great history. Itachi's explanation seems to have simplified as much as possible, although he knows that I can understand more complex concepts. Now the Uchiha clan is smaller than it once was. But even now, almost all of us still serve here, in the front ranks, and do everything to maintain order in the village. I feel very well that he did not say everything he wanted, but I do not interrupt. Because only superior shinobi can investigate the crimes that other shinobi commit. Would you go there too, brother?
We expect my question, because I feel a well-hidden longing in someone else's voice, as well as vibrations of the chakra. I do not have much experience in recognizing other people's emotions through the chakra, but I can understand a few things. Itachi would have dreamed of the life he was talking about.
Well, I don't know. It will be seen there.
According to my feelings, this is not an answer, but an attempt to hide from the truth. He shouldn't have done that, but I can't get him to open up. I already understand that Fugaku insisted on his admission to the ANBU. Itachi doesn't want that.
That's right, you don't need to come here. We have enough 2 Sen. My serene answer causes frank surprise. Itachi even looks around, looking at me with a strange look. HM?
Don't look at me like that, Inai-san.
I shrug.
I don't know who got it into his head to create an organization like law enforcement officers with the help of one clan, but he clearly hated the Uchiha, and I don't want to be hated.
Sasuke.
He frowns and someone else's eyes are full of reproach, but at the same time, there is a flicker of amazement. Say I'm wrong? I chuckle, shrugging.
You know yourself that in any city, they don't like law enforcement officers, especially honest guards, who don't take bribes and try to act tough.